fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. Before his coming, this new land of the West was a wild, unruly territory into which brave American pioneers moved in covered wagons, on horseback, and afoot. Theirs was a rugged existence, for they not only had to settle and build, they had to fight. Here, beyond the reach of law and order, might was right. The best shot was the best man. Born of necessity in this chaotic period of westward expansion, an organization was developed to combat the evil forces of the times. An organization called the Texas Rangers. Ever on the job of maintaining law and order, 6 Texas Rangers ride alertly across a western landscape. All are courageous, straight-shooting men. At their head is a stranger, a half-breed scout, who one day earlier had appeared at a ranger encampment, suffering from a severe wound.
There you are, Collins. Nothing to worry about now.
Thanks, Captain. I should worry about a wound. I'm lucky to be alive.
You're right. Very few people are after those outlaws have struck.
So they killed everybody at the trading post.
Everyone. Mr. Simpson, his wife, the young Indian helper, even old Pete McHenry.
That's too bad. How about the outlaws? Any of them get shot?
4 of them were in pretty bad shape. They had to be tied to their horses to ride away. I got 2 of them myself.
Too bad you couldn't have hit more of them. Which way did they go?
They rode up north into the Badlands.
That's pretty rough country. But with wounded men in tow, they can't travel very fast. We got a chance to catch them.
But they have a 5-hour start. Even if you overtook them, they outnumber you.
Mister, the Rangers are used to long odds. How about you? We could use your help in locating their trail if you feel strong enough to ride.
I don't need 2 arms to guide a horse. Besides, I've a score to even up, too. I'll go along.
Good man. Boys, pack 5 days' rations. You've got 10 minutes to be in the saddle.
Right.
Bill, send Captain Reed to me. He's leading your detachment.
Yes, sir.
So came the half-breed Collins, who rides with a detachment of Rangers after the most ruthless outlaw band in the West, the notorious Cavendish Gang.
It's their trail, Reed.
Yeah. It indicates they're riding slowly as we figured.
Yes, it does.
Let's go, boys. Gained on them. These tracks can't be more than 3 hours old.
They're heading up into that canyon.
Yeah, it looks that way. Have you been in this vicinity before?
A couple of times.
I think it might be a good idea for us to check that canyon from the rim first.
I'll go ahead and scout the place. 1 man would be a lot less noticeable than all of us going.
All right. We'll wait here and give the horses a rest. Dismount, men. Hold it, mister. Reach.
Hello, Whitey.
Oh, it's you. The new man, huh?
Yeah, it's me.
How's the plan going?
All right. The Rangers are back at the canyon entrance.
You think they'll keep on coming?
Sure, why not?
They're pretty smart hombres, you know.
Yeah?
We've tried to get them before. Didn't pan out.
I wasn't with you then. Where's Cavendish?
He's up there a ways. Leave your horse here.
All right.
I knew they'd fall for my little trap, Collins. That bullet I put in your arm really convinced them.
Yeah, Cavendish. It sure did.
When I get through around here, it's going to be a long time before any ranger outfit patrols in this section of the country. We're going to make this something they won't forget.
Is the ambush all set?
Take a gander over there. You know, my men could slaughter a whole army from up here.
It looks good to me.
Now, we're going to hold our fire until a lawman ride in directly below us. Jerry, you tell the boys I'll shoot first. That'll be the signal to open up on the Rangers.
Right.
And Jerry, when a man goes down, I want lead to be kept pouring into him till it looks like a sieve. You got that straight?
You bet. Come on, Blackie.
All right. Collins, you're doing a good job for a new man.
Thanks, Chief.
Now get back there and bring on the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, sure.
See anything?
Yes, but not on the rim.
The Cavendish outfit is just leaving the far side of the canyon, about 4 miles off.
Are you sure?
I saw their dust.
Good. Here we go, men. Must have taken a wrong turn. Look up there. It's a head wall. No passage through here. Say, where's Collins? He was right behind us a while ago. I saw him. Look! It's an ambush, men. Spread out and find cover, quick! Chance, that half-breed Pedro Collins. Hello. Chief?
Check those men down there. Make sure they're dead.
You got 'em all.
Good. Go on back to your horse. We'll wait for you up here.
I thought he was one of us, Chief.
He was. Any man who would betray those Rangers might be just as quick to turn on us, I figure. And no one does that. It's going to be a nice little reminder for anybody who tries to stop me from now on.
Yeah.
Now, let's get out of here. Got a lot of work to do in Colby.
Many hours after the Cavendish gang has left the ambush scene, a lone figure moves painfully over the rock-strewn ground. A small spring gurgling in a shady cave is his destination. He alone of the 6 Texas Rangers still lives. His one aim is to reach water and shade. Desperately, he fights off the weakness from loss of blood, which threatens to halt his progress. It is deathly hot. The sun beats down unmercifully. Ahead is that cooling, life-giving water. If his strength can only last. Foot by foot, sheer torture, he pulls himself along. There, out of the hot glare of the sun, only a short distance farther. There's the spring. Now his bandana. There. Cold water never felt better. Never seemed sweeter than now. 100 yards away, Collins stirs, unaware of the existence of the spring and the ranger who lies beside it. He, too, miraculously has escaped a mortal wound from a Cavendish bullet. And he, too, like the ranger, knows that death lurks in the hot rays of the sun. He must seek shelter somewhere, quickly, within the confines of the canyon. Weakly, he stumbles off to find shade, to nurse his wounds. Then, as if timed by fate, a third figure, an Indian, enters the hot canyon. Surprised, he sees the results of the Cavendish gang's handiwork. Texas Rangers, sprawled in attitudes of violent death. These were men to whom heroic deeds were a part of each day's work. And now their work was done. Then, by chance, the native spies the figure lying beside the distant pool. He moves forward.
Lie still. He not hurt you. Why, you Kimosabe.
Kimosabe? That sounds familiar.
That's right, Kimosabe. You trusty scout.
Trusty scout?
Yes, Ranger. Long time back, when we both young. Me remember time Indian camp burned. Renegade Indians raid settlement when men of tribe away. Kill my mother, my sisters. They leave me for dead. You found me. Nursed me back to health. Saved me from dying. When me well, you give me horse to go find my father. Me take horse only when you accept gift. My ring, it make good luck. Me call you Kimosabe. It mean trusty scout. Me never forget you. You remember now?
Yes. You're Tonto.
That's right. Me Tonto. Now me take care of you.
Immediately, the Indian, Tonto, unsaddles his horse and sets up a camp at the entrance of the cave near the pool and the injured man. The ranger's wounds are cleansed and expertly dressed by the Indian, who calls upon all the lore he knows to ease his white friend's suffering. Several days of patient vigil, tender care, and careful feeding bring results. The ranger gradually regains his strength. He is going to live.
Tonto, I guess I drifted off again. How long have I been here now?
3 days. How you feel?
Still a little weak. The other rangers, Tonto, all dead? One of them, Captain Reed, was my brother.
Too bad. Rangers all fine men.
We didn't have a chance, Tonto. It was a perfect ambush and double cross. How did you happen to find me?
Me hunt here in Canyon often. Ride in here on scout over yonder. Find rangers and dead horse.
I see.
While you sleep, me bury other rangers over there. Make grave for men. Bring belongings here.
That was good of you, Tonto.
Them brave men.
Yes, they were brave. And they won't be forgotten. I've spent a lot of time thinking. For every one of those men, I'm going to bring 100 lawbreakers to justice. I'll make that Cavendish gang, and every criminal that I can find for that matter, regret the day those rangers were killed. Tonto, from this moment on, I'm going to devote my life to establishing law and order in this new frontier, to make the West a decent place to live.
That good. But when Cavendish gang know you escape ambush, you marked man. They hunt you down, many against one.
No one is going to know I'm alive. I'm supposed to be dead, and I'm going to stay that way. I'll hide my identity somehow. I'll wear a disguise of some sort.
You mean like mask?
That's it, Tonto. From now on, I'll wear a mask. Let's see. There ought to be some material here I can use. Here. This. My brother's vest. Belonged to one of the bravest of them all.
Me help Kimosabe. You rest now.
All right, Tonto. Thanks.
There, face wounds all healed now.
Let me have the mask. There. It fits perfectly. Good job, Tonto.
Here hat. Me wash in stream, dry in sun, make whiter.
Thanks, Tonto.
Here gun to kill bad men.
I'm not going to do any killing.
You'll not defend yourself?
Oh, I'll shoot if I have to. But I'll shoot to wound, not to kill. If a man must die, it's up to the law to decide that. Not the person behind a six-shooter.
That's right, Kimosabe.
Well, there's just one more thing to be done.
What's that?
Dig another grave. Out there.
Who that's for?
That'll be my grave.
There, just like others.
That's good. Only you, Tonto, know I'm alive. To the world, I'll be buried here, beside my brother and my friends, forever.
You all alone now, last man. You are a Lone Ranger.
Yes, Tonto. I am a Lone Ranger.
Kimosabe, me help you fight outlaw.
But, Tonto, don't you have a family? Anyone?
No, me lone like you. Me want law here, too, for all.
All right, Tonto. You'll be a lot of help. We'll ride together.
Me glad, Kimosabe. Me fight good for you.
Take cover, Tonto. That's Collins, the man that led us into ambush.
Why him shoot?
Undoubtedly, he's after your horse. Collins must have been deserted by the outlaws. He's probably been making his way to that vantage point for some time now.
Why him go there, Kimosabe?
He knows the only way to get Scout is to kill us. He is well protected up there.
What we do now?
I'm going to keep him back under cover while you make a run for Scout. Take Scout into the cave. Collins won't be able to see you from there.
Me do.
I'll follow Tonto as soon as you're safe. All right? Run!
Did you hit him?
No, Tonto. I didn't try. We're going to capture him alive.
That hard. Him in good spot.
Yes, but I have an idea how we can do it. You start up the cliff on that side. First, tie up Scout. I'll try to draw his fire from the other side of the rocks.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. Far from civilization, in a desolate canyon of the Southwest, are the graves of a patrol of Texas Rangers, victims of an ambush laid by the infamous Cavendish gang. One grave, however, differs strangely from the other 5, for it contains no corpse. Now on the canyon walls, a desperate battle is being fought. Vince Collins, a member of the Cavendish gang, fights 2 determined men whom he has just tried to betray. One is a masked man, the Lone Ranger, who built the empty grave to conceal the fact that he still lives. The other is Tonto, the Lone Ranger's Indian companion.
Look out! I'll get you now, Ranger.
Him dead, Kimosabe, but me glad. Him deserve to die.
No, Tonto. No one should have his life end like this.
Better him dead. Like White Parsons say, this act of providence, now no one know you still live.
Yes, that is true. A strange act of providence has protected my secret.
Me dig grave for him.
All right. I'll get Scout ready for travel. On, fella. All set, Tonto?
Me ready. We go after the rest of Cavendish gang now?
As soon as we can. But I've got to get a mount of some sort. We'll head off toward Wild Horse Valley. Here, take Scout. On, boy.
For 2 days, the Lone Ranger and Tonto traveled toward the remote valley of Wild Horses, where a particularly sturdy breed of horses lives, unknown and unmolested by the hunters of the West. Later, at the entrance to this valley, the Lone Ranger and Tonto hear sounds of a furious battle. Beyond the rocks in a small glen, they catch a glimpse of a huge buffalo about to gore the life out of a fallen horse. Quickly, the Lone Ranger reaches for his gun.
You hit him, Kimasabi.
I hope it was soon enough, Tonto.
Buffalo dying. Horse look bad. Me shoot him?
No, Tonto. I'm going to try to pull him through. Well, old fellow, you're in bad shape. A lot of bumps and bruises. Tonto, get some rags from the supplies and bring the canteen.
Me do.
So, in an instant, the Lone Ranger has made a momentous decision, for he has recognized the sterling qualities of the animal he has saved. For some time, the masked man in the Indian camp beside the wounded horse, tending his battle hurts and caring for him as best they know how. Now, human hands have done all they can to help nature in healing the animal's wounds.
Me get bridle and lariat. Him run away.
No, wait, Tonto. I'd like that horse more than anything in the world. But if he wants to go, he should be free.
Him a beauty. Like mountain with snow. Silver white.
Silver. That would be a name for him. Here, Silver. Come back, big fellow. Come on, Silver. Come back, big fellow. Come on, Silver.
Me get bridle now. Him come back.
No, he wouldn't take a bit. I'll use a hackamore for the time being. Won't be as strange to his head as a bridle. There. There, Silver. You only knew how we need you. Ooh. Oh, boy. Oh. Oh. Oh, big fellow. Steady. We're going to do a lot of riding together. We're going to be pals, aren't we, Silver?
A few days later, after the horse has recovered his strength, the Lone Ranger tightens the saddle on the back of the white stallion. Quickly, the masked man mounts, and for the first time in his life, Silver bears weight upon his back. Soon, under expert and gentle guidance, the horse quiets and responds quickly to the Lone Ranger's lead. Later, the hackamore is exchanged for a bridle and bit. Here is no conflict between animal and master. Here, instead, is a partnership between horse and rider. The Lone Ranger and Silver accept each other as equals.
He's a beauty, Tonto. dream horse if I ever rode one.
Him and Scout good friends.
Yes, they'll do a lot of riding, side by side.
Huh. Me got everything packed. Here's saddlebag. Here, blanket. We ride after Cavendish gang now?
Yes, Tonto. They were headed toward Colby. Then, too, there's an old-timer there I want to see by the name of Jim Blaine. All right, let's go. Jim Blaine's place.
Look like him got company.
We'll wait until the caller leaves before we drop in.
It's nice seeing you, Judge.
Be seeing you next week, Jim.
Look, the side of the house. Come on.
Got him, Chief. Good. But he winked me. Is he out?
It's cold. He won't be seeing light for hours.
Trade guns.
Say, you're bleeding bad.
Yeah, must have hit an artery. You get on the road pronto and spread the news to the chute and then get me a doc. I'll meet you at the Glen.
All right.
Someone's coming. We gotta clear out of here fast.
Him dead yonder, Kimosabe. How's Jim?
He's had a hard knock.
Me thought maybe murders killed Jim, too.
They could have, Tonto. But for some reason, they wanted Jim to be found here alive. He's coming, too. Help me carry him to the porch. So that's why I'm after Cavendish, Jim. The reason for the mask. My real identity is to be kept a secret. Known only to the three of us.
Well, I'll be hanged. You sure got a job cut out for yourself, Reed. I mean, Lone Ranger. I'll help in any way I can.
I was hoping you'd join us, Jim, and live up at our old silver mine.
Oh, you're mighty kind to an old ex-ranger who used to nurse me, ya boy. Sure would like to. Never did like living here trying to farm, only...
Only what?
Well, I can't run out now with the owner of the bank. Poor old Judge Knox lying dead back there. Folks might think that I did it. Why, they might start blaming me for all the rest of the killings that's going on in town.
More murders, Jim?
Yes, lots of them. First, it was Lem Peters. He owns a newspaper. Then Biff Anderson, postmaster and telegraph man combined. Then Max Strauss, the hotel man. And a couple others, too. Why, it seems everybody important in Colby is getting shot. The sheriff's plumb going crazy.
Did you recognize the man who killed the judge?
Couldn't mistake him. It was Butch Cavendish. The owl hoot you said you're after.
Cavendish? He must be doing these killings in Colby for a very special reason.
Yeah, but why?
Most likely he wanted the murders to look like a local affair. I'm certain, Jim, will upset his plans if you're not around to accept the blame for the judge's death. That old silver mine of ours will be a perfect hideout for you.
Yes, it would. By cranky, I guess you're right. It would be best if I became scarce around here for a bit. I'll go along with you.
That's fine. How's his knee, Tonto?
Leg better now.
Good. Help me put Jim on Silver's back.
A few hours later, after a tedious ride over winding trails and unknown paths, the Lone Ranger, Jim, and Tonto approached the site of the secret silver mine.
This is it, Tonto.
Where mine? Don't see it, do you, Injun? Fooled you just like everybody else.
Come on, I'll show you. Here we are, Tonto. It must have been 10 years ago that my brother, old Jim here, and I discovered the mine and built this shack.
9 years ago this spring. Still no see mine.
Over here, Tonto. It's under the bunk. There.
Yep, one of the richest veins of silver ever found in these here parts.
I never thought I'd care about digging up the ore. That is, until now.
Water there, too.
That's a spring we were cleaning out when we found the vein. We drained the water to get to the silver ore. Jim, you and I can fix up this place while Tonto goes into town for the sheriff. His name is Taylor, isn't it?
Yep, old Two-Gun is still on the job. All right, Kimosabe.
When you find the sheriff, tell him you know where Jim Blaine is. He'll come with you.
That's good. Me go now.
The shack seems to be in pretty good shape.
I'll be as snug as a bug.
All I want out of this place is enough silver for some immediate needs. Other than that, all you can dig is yours.
Oh, now I couldn't.
You're entitled to it, Jim. You'll have to do all the work.
You know, I could refine a little ore right here.
That's just what I want you to do, Jim. Then in the future, whenever Tonto and I come back here, we can get the pure metal for money and bullets.
Bullets?
Yes. I want some of the ore cast into silver bullets.
Thunderation, what's the matter with lead bullets? They'll kill just as well as...
You forget I told you I vowed never to shoot to kill. Silver bullets will serve as sort of a symbol. Tonto suggested the idea.
Symbol? Of what?
A symbol which means justice by law. I want it to become known to all who see the silver bullets that I live and fight only to see the eventual defeat and the proper punishment by law of every criminal in the West.
By criminy, I think you've got something there. And I'll mold you all the silver bullets you want, Ranger. But from what I know about this here country, there'll be an awful lot of silver shot up before you're through.
I hope not, Jim. We have a lot of metal here for that purpose, if we need it.
Now, those dirty killers. I wish I knew where to look for them first. Now, Pete, you look up in that old creek section for Jim. Lem, go get Creel and fetch the doc's body and bring it back into town. This is a fine time for Doc Drummond to be missing. Jim Blaine disappearing. I never suspected he'd ever have anything to do with these killings.
Sheriff.
Well, go away, Indian. Can't you see I'm busy? Now, Bill Keefe says that Jim's horse is still at his farm. So he must have gone off on foot. Now, he can't be very far.
Me know where Jim Blaine is.
Look, Indian, will you go away, please? Can't you see I'm busy with these men? What'd you say?
Me know where Jim Blaine is. Him want to see you.
Well, you know where he is. Why didn't you say so? Where is he?
Me not tell.
What do you mean by that? You just said you knew.
You come. Me take you to Jim.
Now, wait a minute. How do I know that you know where Jim is?
You don't know, but you follow me. Jim want to talk to you about Judge Knox killing.
Bet he does, all right. Yeah, and I want to talk to him, too. Hank, you and I are saddle up. We're going to follow this engine.
No one come. Only you.
Now, look. You don't think I'd be silly enough to go with you alone, do you?
Me think so. You brave lawman want to solve mystery.
Maybe you're right. Well, maybe he's right, huh? How long a ride is it?
Not far for tough sheriff. Maybe 2 hours away.
All right, Injun. You lead the way. But don't forget, any funny business? Hank, keep an eye on things till I come back.
All right, Two-Gun.
Just a minute, stranger.
Down the gun, Sheriff. I can explain.
Howdy, Two-Gun.
Jim, what the Sam Hill's going on here? Who are these people? Who's this masked man? What about Judge Knox shooting? Somebody's got a heap of explaining to do.
And after the killers knocked me out and changed guns with me, my friend and his engine pal brought me here.
It's a very interesting story, Jim. What's more interesting, maybe, is that you've convinced me the masked man here is fighting on the right side of the law.
I'm glad you're convinced, Sheriff.
So Butch Cavendish is the judge's murderer, huh?
Yep. And right now he's somewhere in this here vicinity, wounded, with my bullet in him.
Wounded, huh? Say, maybe that explains something. Old Doc Drummond's the only doc in these parts, and he's missing.
10 to 1 he's been fetched to fix up Cavendish.
Yeah, problem now is, where's Cavendish hiding out?
He left a trail leading away from Jim's farm. I think I might be able to follow it, Sheriff.
Good, I'll get some men from town.
That'll take too much time. It would be quicker for you to come with me now. Tonto can ride to town.
Me do, then follow your trail.
All right, Injun. See my man Creel at the office. He'll get some men.
What's it late, Jim?
Look here.
Wagon tracks.
Cavendish was followed by someone in a wagon, and a horseman riding alongside of it.
Those tracks were made by Doc Drummond's rig. He's got the only narrow rims around here.
So far, so good. Let's go.
Oh, Doc, take it easy.
Well, I'm doing the best I can. There, yes.
All right, get on with the bandaging. I'm in a hurry.
What's the matter? You scared of something? Like maybe the sheriff will find us?
Why should I be? I'm getting rid of him just like I did everybody else of importance in Colby.
You mean to say that you're responsible for all those murders that have happened in the last week?
Sure. Might as well let you know. You see, Doc, all the men that have stepped into their vacated positions belong to my organization. It's taken a lot of planning, but we're just about set. I'm taking over Colby.
Well, why are you telling me this?
I'm going to be needing sawbones in my organization, and I've just decided you're going to be him.
Like blazes I am. I'd die before I'd help a pack of coyotes like...
What was that?
Doggone nag. Think they heard us.
Somebody over there. Give me that gun. I'll cover the dock. You boys get over there and find out.
Here they come. Take cover.
Relax, Doc. Whatever's going on out there, my man will take care of it.
Much obliged, partner.
Watch these men, Sheriff. I'll go help the doc.
Jerry! Pike! What's going on? Answer! You go take a look. I want to find out what's happening. But don't run. I've got this on your back.
Cavendish, drop that gun. All right, Sheriff. Bring in the others.
You all right, Doc?
Yeah, I'm all right. Who's the masked man?
He's on the side of the law.
Well, this crook was going to take over Colby. He admitted all those murders.
We know, Doc. We overheard him. Sheriff, you can take Cavendish to town in Doc's buggy. These other three will tie up and put on their horses. Doc, do you know where their mounts are?
Yes, behind the rocks over yonder.
Thanks.
Here you are, Doc. Watch these owl hoots close while I tie them up.
Yeah. I hope they do make a move, especially this one.
Remember this, boys. I'm not in jail yet.
Shut up. Working your mouth is making a move.
Come on, Silver.
Silver.
What's wrong, Silver?
Those are my men. I knew they were due here about this time. So you thought you had me, Sheriff. Well, you haven't. You, the sawbones, and that masked man over there behind those rocks can start counting the minutes you gotta live. Beginning right now.
Silver, we're going to save the doc and the sheriff. Come on, Silver.
Hi-yo, Silver! This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. In a shady glen 10 miles from the western frontier town of Colby, there is a strange gathering beneath the trees. Taken prisoner is Butch Cavendish, notorious leader of an outlaw gang, a man who recently murdered several officials of Colby and replaced them with his own men as part of his daring plan to take over the town. Prisoners also are 3 of his henchmen. Sheriff Two-Gun Taylor has come upon the outlaw chief and his men as Cavendish was being treated for a bullet wound by Doc Drummond, who had been abducted from town to perform the job. While waiting for his Indian friend Tonto, who was sent to town for help, the Lone Ranger is untying the outlaw's horses when Silver, his own mighty steed, hears a strange sound.
What's wrong, Silver?
Boys, I got him. Get him high, Sheriff. Come on in, men. It's me, Cavendish. The shooting's over. Looks like we got here just in time, boss. You did. Tie these men up. What goes on? I got winged after I shot Judge Knox. The sawbones there was treating me when the sheriff and the masked man took things over. Is that the hombre we seen ride off on the white horse? Yeah, which way did he go? Up the draw.
They're all tied up, boss.
Good. I'll watch him. You men get after that masked man before he gets to Colby and spoils our plans, and bring him back dead or alive.
You heard it, boys. Let's travel.
Meanwhile, unaware of what has happened to the Lone Ranger since last he saw him, Tonto has arrived in the town of Colby. He's on his way to the sheriff's office to ask the sheriff's assistant, Alex Creel, for more men to aid the Lone Ranger in tracking down Butch Cavendish.
The way you keep on cleaning that gun, Corey, you must be figuring on using it soon.
Nothing like being prepared. Mighty lot's been going on around Colby lately, and the shooting's only just begun. Creel says there's going to be more of it tonight.
Which one of you sheriff's assistant?
It isn't often a redskin comes looking for the sheriff. It's usually the other way around.
What do you want, Indian?
Me want to see Creel.
At present, he's busy. I'm handling his business. What's on your mind?
Sheriff Taylor sent me. Him on trail of Butch Cavendish. Asked for Creel to come with posse.
Oh, he did, huh? You're lying, Indian. Everybody around here knows that Cavendish gang is nowhere around here.
That's not so. I see Cavendish myself. You come. I'll show you a trail.
Will you listen to the redskin ordering us around? I don't know what your game is, Indian, but if Sheriff Taylor really sent you, you'd have some kind of proof.
You follow Tonto. You have plenty proof.
Seems to me this redskin's getting a little ornery, Corey. Should I throw him in jail?
No, let him go. Don't come nosing around here again or you won't get off so easy. Creel left orders not to lead a posse anywhere.
Say, Corey, do you think he was on the level about the sheriff being on Cavendish's trail?
Of course he was on the level. Why do you think I was trying to protect Cavendish? With all of our plans set for tonight, we can't let the sheriff mess things up.
But if that Injun gets back to the sheriff and tells him that Creel
He's not going to get back to the sheriff, because you're going to see that he doesn't. Savvy?
Oh, I savvy. You got nothing to worry about. Nothing like making sure, Injun.
It's Tonto, Silver. Tonto.
Me follow trail Kemosabe. Take long time.
Where's the posse?
No posse. Sheriff's men in Colby wouldn't send men with me.
It must be one of Cavendish's men.
That's right. Him send men to ambush me. Let me take care of him. You find Cavendish?
Yes. But his men rode down from the hills and surrounded the sheriff and Doc Drummond.
We go back and round them up?
No, there are too many of them. We'd need a whole troop of cavalry to capture them all. I've got a plan, Tonto. Now, here's the idea. We'll circle back. That's Cavendish's horse. He must still be here. The rest of his men are out looking for me.
Where Doc and Sheriff?
Over in the glen behind the brush. Come on, Tonto.
That's Sheriff's horse.
Yes, Tonto. He still must be here with the doc. I imagine that Cavendish is watching our friends until his men return. We'll sneak up to the glen. If Cavendish is there, I'll want to surprise him. Then you know what to do. A hoot owl.
Me understand.
We'll leave our horses here.
long enough to travel, but I got strength enough to pull a trigger.
You won't get away with this.
How long do you think honest people are going to condone activities like yours, Cavendish? You know I've got men in my office who've sworn never to rest until you're captured. Myself included, of course. And that masked man, he's one of my special secret deputies. Your men will never catch him.
You know, Cavendish, the doc here and I and the masked man, we know a lot more about you than you think we do. Why, there's handbills on you all over this territory, pasted on every rock and every tree. You'll never get out of here. And another thing.
Woohoo!
Attaboy, stranger. You're a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, I thought we were goners. Who's the Indian?
He's my friend. Are you both all right?
Yeah, we're all right.
Yeah.
Cavendish is out cold.
Where you been, stranger? I was getting worried.
I rode off on Silver, met Tonto coming from Colby. We sneaked in here the back way. Sheriff, your man Creel in town wouldn't send the posse.
Him no believe, Tonto.
Well, then that proves he's part of this murdering fiend's band. And I can name more in town that are working with him. Well, anyway, we got Cavendish. We can load him in Doc's rig and take him on into town.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. I want to capture more of the gang than just Cavendish.
He's the leader.
With help, we can capture him and his entire band when they return.
Take too long to get help from Colby. They'll all get away.
There's help much closer than town, Sheriff. Tonto said he saw a cavalry detachment passing a short distance off. We'll get their help. I'll leave Cavendish here. He's out and too weak to travel anyway.
Well, whatever you say.
All right, let's go. Come on, Doc.
Don't worry, you're not going to lose me. Which way to the cavalry, mister?
Take the right fork and circle back to Colby.
To Colby? What about the cavalry?
There are no cavalry.
Thought you said they're passing through hereabouts.
What I said was for Cavendish to hear.
But he couldn't hear anything. He was unconscious.
You should have examined him when I did, Doc. He was faking.
Well, if there's no cavalry, just what in tarnation you aiming to do?
I'm trying to delay Cavendish's plans, Sheriff, to gain time. We have a lot to do tonight in Colby.
All right, Doc, let's get on with it.
All right.
Unless some of these men spotted the masked man, Chief, it's a cinch he didn't head for Colby.
I know he did.
Say, what happened to the prisoners?
Masked man must have hid in the brush nearby. While you were out straining the eyes for him, he come back here with an Indian friend.
Turned the prisoners loose, huh?
Yeah. They all lit out fast, but not for Colby. They went the opposite direction.
Where'd they go?
I overheard the masked man tell the sheriff there's a group of cavalry passing nearby. Now, they've gone off to get him to round us all up, so we got to work fast. Green, you, Sellers, and Shep stick here with me. We'll go back to the hideout. The rest of you try to head off the prisoners. See if you can spot that cavalry, too. This is going to delay my plans concerning Colby a bit. I can't take any chances. Now get stirring.
I sure hope Creel didn't see us come in here. The sheriff's office is practically next door to mine, and I noticed the lights were still on.
That's all for the good, Doc. It will give Tonto a chance to sneak over there and see if anyone else is in the office with Creel. While he's gone, we can make up that list of the names of the people we want to surprise.
Me go now, Kemosabe.
Be careful, Tonto. Remember, Creel is one of Cavendish's men. You know what happened the last time you tried to see him.
Me be plenty careful. You make list ready. Tonto be back fast.
Are we sure that we hid your horses and my wagon far enough out of town? If anybody gets wind we're here, there'll be trouble.
If we act fast enough, nobody will have time to stop us. All right, Sheriff. Write down the names of the new men in town. The ones who've been taking over all the top jobs.
Well, first of all, there's Creel, of course.
Put his name at the head of the list. If we take the jail first, we'll have a place to lock up all the others.
And then there's Keeler. He took over the bank as soon as the judge was murdered.
Keeler. Yes, old Jim told me about him.
Yeah, and what about Ince? He was put in charge of the telegraph office mighty sudden.
Ince, I've heard of him, too.
Then there's Jessup. He's that new gunsmith. And Peters, Dude, and Corey.
Well, Tonto, what did you find out?
Me take Pete to window of sheriff's office. See Creel in there with one man.
Just two of them, eh? All right, Sheriff, Doc, we'll start with Creel and his friend. And if everything goes well, we'll end up with the whole Cavendish gang.
All right, come on, boys.
I wonder what's keeping Cavendish. Sure getting to be late enough. Oh, I don't know, Creel. Maybe him and the boys were held up. Probably just sent us a message or something.
Who is it?
It's me, Doc Drummond. An emergency.
Doc, I thought you was out of town treating.
Quiet, you two. Keep your hands high.
Say, what's going on here? Plenty, Creel. Tonto, get Red's gun.
We have reasons to believe you two are working for Butch Cavendish.
And I've got an idea those credentials you showed me to get your job were forged.
Now, wait a minute. You can't prove
Shut
it.
up. Get in that cell. You too, Red.
Two-Gun, give me that list you made of Creel's pals.
Betcha. All right.
All right, Doc. We've got to hurry. It's getting light outside. Come on, Tonto.
Who's there? It's Doc Drummond.
Yeah? Well, what are you doing here this time of day?
Are you running the bank now in place of Judge Knox?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with
Well, take a gander. The place is on fire.
Fire?
All right, Keeler. March.
Huh?
Keeler, check. 1 down and 7 to go. Are you the gent that took over the telegraph office when Biff Anderson got his?
What about it, Doc?
Well, come on quick. Your place is on fire. What?
Put your hands up, Rivers.
Fire?
On your way, Jessup.
No trace of the masked man and his friends, huh?
No, we spent the whole night looking.
What about the cavalry?
Must have gone through here awful fast, Chief. Nary a sign of them now.
Good. Then there's nothing to stop us from moving into Colby right now.
Right.
Let's go.
All right, men. You heard the masked man. Everything goes as we figured. We'll have the Cavendish gang locked up by sundown.
Tonto, are your men all set?
Yes, Kimosabe.
Here they come. All right, boys. Let's go get them.
Come on, Silver!
They're from Colby. And the masked man's leading them.
We can take them. We outnumber them. Let them have it, men.
You got me, stranger. Drop your gun, Cavendish. It's been a long chase. Now you're through for good.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Where to?
Back to the fight.
Where'd you say?
I said... Now get going.
Name.
Wild Jim.
Take it easy. Put him in one.
I sure am glad to see them.
Name.
Shorty Bush.
Finally got you, huh? Put him in two. Let's go.
I'm going.
Name.
Dick Lambert.
One.
Okay. And I want to tell you that the whole town of Colby is proud of your two guns.
Well, I appreciate that a lot, Jim, but we had very little...
Jim, come now, Sheriff.
Here he is, Sheriff.
Hello, Cavendish. Didn't think you'd catch him, partner. Now we got the whole dang bunch.
You and your men are to be congratulated, Sheriff.
Thanks. But if it hadn't been for you, we'd have gotten nowhere. I'll be with you in just a minute. I'll take care of this one personally. Come on.
Easy, Silver.
Now, Cavendish can't capture Timosabi. You take off mask.
I'm going to continue to wear the mask and keep my identity a secret.
For how long?
Our job has just begun. We have a lot of trails to follow.
That's good.
Sheriff, before the lockup, do you mind telling me who the masked man is?
Wouldn't mind at all, except that... Hey, where'd the masked man go? He and his Indian pal are going out to get the horses, Sheriff. Well, guess he isn't one to stick around for a party.
Well, who is he?
I don't rightly know his real name, but I've heard him called the Lone Ranger.
Get him a scout!
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. These rich rangelands are part of the Circle K Ranch, owner Sam Kittredge, biggest, most prosperous ranch in Mesa County. And more than any other man, old Banty Bishop, Sam's foreman for 40 years, has helped to keep it that way. But now that Sam is dead, and his young, inexperienced son, Bob Kittredge, is returning from the east to take charge, there are ambitious men, ruthless men who would stop at nothing to gain the Circle K for their own greedy ends.
Why, you dead blasted varmints, I'll give you your money's worth of trouble. Take it easy, Pop. The next one will have your name on it. Pull him up, Pop.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Mr. Devers, and thanks for all the advice. I've been living in the East so long, I feel like a regular tenderfeet.
You'll learn fast, Mr. Kittredge. Like I said, if you ever need a good foreman, just ask for Red Devers.
Well, thanks, but I'm afraid the Circle K could never get along without old Banty Bishop. Wonder where he is. He was supposed to meet me here. Oh, here he comes.
Kittredge.
Well, how are you, boy?
Oh, Sandy. How's everything at the Circle K?
Well, sir, it's all snarled up, Mr. Bob. That's why I'm late. We got to form a posse.
Posse, what's wrong?
Because I was held up by some white-livered, chicken-hearted, sneak-thieving bandits, and they got away with the ranch payroll.
I don't mean to butt in, mister, but this old geezer's lying to you. Me and my partner both seen him this morning burying something in the sand behind your barn. Looked an awful lot like a chest to us.
Why, you ornery critter, he's lying to you, Mr. Bob. I ain't never buried no chest.
Of course he didn't. Bandy wouldn't steal money from me. It's easy enough to find out who's lying. Just go dig behind your barn.
Maybe you should, Mr. Kittredge. In all fairness to Bandy here, he looks like an honest man. He should be given a chance to prove it.
Well, there it is, right where we saw him bury it.
Why, this just ain't true. Mr. Bob, I tell you, I didn't put it there.
He must have been one of them 3 bandits. That doesn't make sense, old-timer. Never heard of bandits would rob a man and then bury the money in his boss's property. You don't think I done it, do you, Mr. Bob?
Well, what else can I think? As Red says, your story just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry it has to end this way, Banny.
Well, you mean that I'm through with the Circle K?
Oh, don't worry. I won't prosecute you. We've got the money back. But I do want you off this ranch by sundown.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll get off right now. But I want to tell you something, son. You ain't the Kittredge that your pa was. If you was, well, you know there's some trick to this. You...
Well, Red, if you still want that job as foreman, I guess it's yours.
Thanks, Mr. Kittredge. You won't be sorry.
Well, come on over to the ranch house, Red, and I'll sign you up.
All right, Mr. Kittredge.
For sale, Circle K Ranch. Interested party, see Red Devers, foreman. Red Devers. Unless I'm mistaken, Tonto, we've caught up with our old enemy at last.
Me think you right, Kimosabe. Him use different names, but him always break law in the same old way.
The Circle K Ranch. Why, that's one of the finest in this county. No man in his right mind would want to sell it unless he were forced to.
Plenty strange. Ranch never for sale till Red Devers become foreman.
Not so strange, Tonto. It's no accident that every time Red Devers becomes foreman of a ranch, it's put up for sale a few weeks later.
Maybe owner of Circle K outsmart Red Devers.
I'm afraid not. Young Bob Kittredge is a tenderfoot in these parts. Tear off the sign. I think we'd better investigate. Oh, Silver.
Oh, Scout. We camp here, Kimosabe?
No, Tonto. I think I heard something. Listen.
Sound come from over there.
We'd better take a look. On, Silver.
Murdered and drinking and wound up in gambling. Got shot in the back, and now I must die. Trouble, trouble, nothing but trouble. Well, you can't get a cent out of me, stranger, 'cause I'm broke. No job, and I'm through.
We're not going to harm you, old-timer. You certainly look down on your luck. I'd like to help you if you'd let us.
I ain't worth helping. I tell you, I'm all washed up.
No, you're not. Nobody's ever washed up if they don't want to be. Come on. Sit down and take it easy.
Much obliged.
Mind if we pitch camp here?
Why, no, not at all. Just take off your gear and make yourself at home. Hey, you know something? I kind of like you, mister. Mask or no mask. I like that fellow with you, too.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Play the drum low.
Feeling better, old-timer?
Yeah, bet your life. You know, funny thing, you fill a man's belly full of grub and victuals instead of spirits. Makes a heap of difference, don't it?
Tell me more about this Red Devers, Daddy.
Well, Why are you so interested, stranger?
Because I know he's the leader of a gang of outlaws Tonto and I have been after for a long time. They've been moving in on gullible ranchers all across the country, beating them up and swindling them out of their property.
Why, George, that wouldn't surprise me a bit. You know, ever since this fella Red Devers took over my job as foreman of the Circle K, he fired all the old hands on the ranch, and then he fetched in his own fellas to replace them. And now he won't let no one near the place, just the same as if he was holding poor Mr. Bob a prisoner.
Poor Mr. Bob?
Yeah.
Thought you didn't care what happened to the Circle K anymore. Thought you disliked Bob Kittredge.
I do. And anything that this Red Devers and his gang does to him, he deserves it.
Even if they force him to sell his ranch?
What, sell the Circle K? Oh, Mr. Bob wouldn't do a thing like that. No, sir.
Him do that. We find sign like this posted around town.
Let me see. For sale, Circle K Ranch. Interested parties see Red Devers, foreman. Well, what are we going to do? Why, it just wouldn't be right for anyone else to own that there Circle K Ranch except the Kittredge.
Now, nobody welcome there but ranch buyers, me find out.
In that case, we'll just have to get interested in buying a ranch. Not too much gray hair, Tonto. This disguise has got to look good enough to fool everybody.
When me finish, Kimosabe, even old Banty not recognize you.
Just so Devers doesn't recognize me, that's what counts. Remember, he's no fool.
How you get to Circle K Ranch, Kimosabe? Silver not look like horse old man would ride.
You're right, Tonto. I'll need a wagon of some kind. Something to fit this disguise. I'll have to wear some other clothes.
Me ride into town. Get them for you.
Tonto, be sure that you don't arouse any suspicion.
There, me finish. Lone Ranger all hidden.
You wouldn't take a pot shot at a half-blind old man now, would you? I just come to see about this here ranch for sale. You wouldn't take a pot shot at a half-blind old man now, would you? I just came here to see about buying this ranch.
You don't look like you've got money to buy a ranch.
Oh, it isn't for me. You see, I'm representing one of the biggest ranch owners in Boone County.
Okay, Grandpa. Come on in. We'll let the boss talk to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Devers, I reckon we just about made a deal.
You can tell your boss he won't be sorry. The Circle K's a fine property. I'd sure like to know who you're acting as agent for.
Well, you see, Mr. Devers, my boss wants his name kept out of the deal. Of course, if you aren't satisfied doing business through his agent...
Now, don't get me wrong, Grandpa. I don't care what his name is, just so his money's good.
Well, I reckon that's about all. Yep. Guess I better be going now. Oh, say, plumb near forgot. Mr. Kittredge hasn't said it's a deal yet.
You don't have to worry about him. He'll find the terms satisfactory.
How do I know he will? He hasn't even heard 'em. Nope. Can't go back to my boss and tell him this deal's settled till Mr. Kittredge himself has said so.
Okay, Grandpa. I'll see if I can get him. Hasn't been feeling so good lately. Had an accident. Bruised himself up considerable.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
Not again, Devers. Don't beat me up again.
That's just so you'll pay attention and do exactly what I tell you. Now, listen. There's a buyer outside. We're going out to see him. You tell him you want to sell the ranch.
Poor Mr. Kittredge. He sure sounds mighty sick.
Here's Mr. Kittredge for you. Poor boy don't feel much like talking.
Sorry to see you looking so poor, Mr. Kittredge.
I told him about your offer, and he agrees to all the terms.
That correct, Mr. Kittredge? Them terms satisfactory?
What? Oh, yes, I agree.
Sure you won't change your mind now?
No, take the ranch. I don't care what the terms are. Any old price. I just want to get rid of it.
Poor boy. He just wasn't cut out to be a rancher. Well, you satisfied?
Yep. I reckon I found out everything I need to know.
When'll he be back with the money?
Let's say 4 days from now. My boss will bring it himself.
Your boss? I thought he wanted to keep his identity a secret.
He does. That's why he'll be wearing a mask.
A mask?
Won't scare you none now, will it?
He can wear whatever he wants to, just so he's got the money with him.
He'll be here. Goodbye.
Easy, big fellow. We'll be heading back to camp as soon as I get rid of these clothes and the whiskers.
How about Mr. Bob? Did you see him?
I saw him all right, what was left of him. They've been beating the poor kid up.
Beating him up? And you left him there?
Don't worry, Batty. They have to keep him in good enough health to sign the bill of sale. That'll give us time to get some help and go after those outlaws.
Where are we going to get any help? Why, every rancher in this country is scared of that there Red Devers and his gang.
Then we'll have to find some men who aren't scared. Are you, Batty?
Me? Not by a jugful.
What about the other old-timers who used to work for the Circle K? Would they be scared?
They're not scared of nothing.
Think you could have them here in 4 days?
Could I? I'll fetch you a whole legion of them.
Legion of old-timers.
It no work, Kemosabe. Old-timers no match for young, tough hombres like Devers' men.
I know it, Tonto. But it's our only chance. Somehow you and I have to find a way to help those old-timers win.
Cap. Come on, get on your horses, you lazy galoose. We're heading for the Circle K. Come on, Pete, get out of that tub if you want your job back at the Circle K. I'm not coming. Hey, Curly, Pee-wee, follow us. That Circle K needs you.
Now does everyone understand exactly what he's to do? Remember, young Bob's life is at stake. If Devers suspects anything before I get into the ranch house, he'll kill Bob at the drop of a hat. Give Tonto and me 10 minutes head start. Then you know what to do.
Here he comes now. Right on time.
Yeah, and wearing a mask. Just like that old coot said he would. Got an Indian with him, too.
Howdy, men.
Howdy. Come along, stranger. You're expected. Go on in. The boss is waiting.
Tonto, you wait here. I'll take care of this business as fast as I can.
Me understand, Kemosabe. You're right on time, friend. Mr. Kittredge here's got out of a sick bed just so he could sign the bill of sale. Come on, boss. Let's make it legal.
Oh, you don't bounce.
Say, what is this?
Post the gun, quick. Now, look here, Injun. We got nothing against you.
Drop gun. Now, sit down. think you got me, don't you? But you haven't. That shot I fired, my man heard it. They'll be covering this house. You'll never get out alive.
Kimasabi, you all right?
Like I said, there's not one of you'll get out of here alive.
Don't be too sure of that, Devers. You ever hear of the Legion of Old Timers?
Those old has-beens, they're no match for my boys.
It's not strength that counts, Devers. It's courage. Tonto, aim for their guns. We'll even up this fight.
You ordering well.
Looks like Bandy needs some help. Bob, can you take care of Devers?
You bet I can.
We won't spoil their fun, Tonto. We'll give them a helping hand without letting them know it. Out the back way.
I reckon you fellas misjudged my strength, didn't you? Yeah, you called me old. Yippee! Where's the rest of them ornery coyotes?
Well, I guess I don't know my own fighting ability.
All right, men, reach high. Bandy, put them over there with the others and tie them up.
It'll be a pleasure. These dad-blasted ornery critters. We sure showed them, didn't we? Come on, you get going. Come on, hurry up there. You two, I mean you, go and get on there. Dad blame your hide. Mr. Devers, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Hey, Mr. Catchman, hold it. Hey, Mr. Bob! Bob! Well, Mr. Bob, we got those hombres all rounded up. You got any orders for the day?
No, Banny, you give the orders. I'm not worthy to. I just wish there was some way I could reward you all.
Oh, 'tis rewards we want. We want just good old plain honest work.
Well, if that's all you want, you've got jobs the rest of your lives. That goes for the masked man and the Indian, too, if they want them.
Oh, those two fellers? Well, I'm afraid that they got more important things to do. Say, wait a minute. Haven't you ever heard of the Lone Ranger?
The Lone Ranger?
Hello, Silver! Ahoy!
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual. A man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. For weeks now, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto have been pursuing the vicious Pete Madden gang. Wanted for cattle rustling by every sheriff west of the Mississippi, these desperate outlaws have left a trail of robbery, destruction, and murder. At long last, their leader, Pete Madden himself, has finally been captured by the angry ranchers. But at what a heavy cost. For the Madden gang has already struck back ruthlessly by abducting young Jim Patrick, son of one of the ranchers, to hold as a hostage for their vicious leader. Every rancher in the country is up in arms. Every rancher, that is, but two newcomers to this part of the West, Fred Vance and his wife, Mary.
We can't stop here, Mary. We're not far enough away from the last place.
Oh, Fred, it's such beautiful country. And look, there's a perfect spot to build our new home. We could risk it. We've got to stop running away sometime. Please.
Well, it is beautiful country, and I heard that the land was for sale. But you know what it means if the neighbors find out who I am?
Well, we could always change our name.
No, Mary. I'm proud of my name. I've done nothing to make us ashamed of it. It stays the same, no matter where we settle, no matter what the consequences. Now, do you still want to build here, or do we move on?
I want to build here, Fred.
All right, Mrs. Vance. This is where we set up housekeeping. And we start right now.
Oh, our new home site. I'm going to love it here, Fred.
Tonto, we found the Madden gang's hideout at last.
Me not understand, Kimosabe. All tracks of Madden gang lead out of Hideout, not into it.
That can mean only one thing. Madden and his gang are out on another raid. Most likely in the next county where Tom Patrick and his ranchers are so stirred up against him.
We follow tracks, Kimosabe?
I don't think we'll have to, Tonto. This hideout is Madden's stronghold. Whatever he's up to, he's almost sure to return here. I'll keep watching those rocks up yonder. You scout around. Make sure those tracks do lead toward the next county. I'll meet you at our camp in the morning.
Me be waiting, Kimosabe.
You must be done in, Fred. Never saw you work so hard. Why don't you take a rest?
Got no time for rest. I'm building more than a home. I'm building a fort. This time, nobody will drive us away.
Who'd drive us away from here, Fred? No one knows it.
Nobody knew us the last 4 places we tried to settle either. Look, Mary, we bought this land fair and honest. Used up almost all of our money to do it. Got just enough to buy a few cows and register a brand. We're here for keeps, and I'll fight anybody who says different.
Before you fight them, Fred, let's try to be friends with them, shall we?
We'll see.
Howdy, neighbor. Howdy, ma'am. My name's Patrick, Tom Patrick.
We're glad you came a-calling, Mr. Patrick.
I'm afraid this isn't a social call, ma'am.
No? What's on your mind, Patrick?
You look as though you'd be right handy toting a gun.
I can use one when I have to.
Did you ever hear of the Madden gang?
Madden gang? Well, they used to operate in the county where I had a ranch before. Gave us plenty trouble.
I reckon you won't mind coming along then and helping the rest of us ranchers track them down. We've got Madden in jail, but his gang is holding my boy Jim as hostage.
Mister, it'd be a pleasure to ride after those hombres.
We're meeting at my place in town in 3 hours. See, I don't think I got your name.
Vance. Fred Vance. And this is...
Vance?
That's right.
Why, you're nothing but a dirty outlaw yourself. You spent a year in jail for rustling.
That's a lie. I'm no rustler.
The law says different. I got a list of every rustler let out of jail in the past year, and your name's right at the top.
He was innocent, Mr. Patrick. It was Madden's men who pulled that raid.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I got no proof of that. And if you don't want us to round you up with the rest of the Madden gang, you better get off of this land pronto.
Let him try to run us off. Just let him try.
Me follow trail till dark, Kimosabe. See no sign of Madden gang. Come back here to camp.
I had better luck than you, Tonto.
You mean you find out something last night?
Yes, all we need to know.
Them come back to Hideout?
Right after midnight. I couldn't see much because it was so dark, but I heard plenty.
Them off on another raid?
Yes, only this time it didn't come off so well. Tom Patrick and his ranchers managed to capture Madden. That leaves the gang without their leader.
That's plenty good news.
There's some bad news, too. The gang is holding Tom Patrick's son, Jim, as hostage. I would have tried to rescue him, but it was too dark.
You and me go back, get him now?
No, Tonto. The boy's safe enough for a while. But if his father and those ranchers come after him in a body, they'll ride into an ambush.
You think it better we ride to town first, see Tom Patrick?
If we don't, a lot more lives may be endangered. Tom's a brave man, but sometimes a little foolhardy. We'd better hurry, Tonto. There's no time to lose.
And I found this stuck in the door an hour ago. If Madden isn't free by noon Wednesday, your kid will die. Well, now we know their next move.
What are you going to do, Tom? The posse's raring to go as soon as you give the word.
If we only knew where their hideout was. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Those outlaws play for keeps. If we don't let Madden go, they'll kill Jim for sure.
You'll have to find their hideout before they can kill him.
You mean we're not letting Madden go? You'd risk Jim's life?
Don't get me wrong, Joe. I love my kid. But there's something more than just his life at stake. Madden is the brains of his gang. If we let him loose to lead them again, hundreds of innocent people will die. Now, we've got to find his gang without releasing him.
I think I can help you, friends. You don't need guns. I'm on your side.
Who are you and what do you want here?
The same thing you do. The Madden gang.
The lawman, eh? Then why the mask?
Have you ever seen one of these before?
A silver bullet. But there's only one man who wears a mask and fires a silver bullet, and he's...
Then you know me, Tom.
I sure do, stranger. And I've heard a lot of good things about you, too.
Tonto and I have been riding hard to get here. I've got news about the Madden gang. You see, we've been on their trail for quite a while.
Yes?
We've located the gang and your son in a hideout, about 2 days' ride from here.
Your son prisoner, near Redstone Pass.
Redstone Pass? I know that area. You heard that, boys? Let's get going.
Wait, Tom. A large posse wouldn't have a chance of taking them by surprise there.
Him right. Maybe 2-3 men, but not big group.
Tom, you'd better forget your men. Let me handle this.
I'm sorry, friend, but this is our fight, and it stands to reason that 10 men would have a better chance against them than just 1 or 2. Let's go, boys.
Now, what about that cattle rustling Fred Vance? Do we go after him, too?
You bet we do. As soon as we take care of the Madden gang.
What we do now, Kimasabi?
We've got to find a way of stopping those ranchers from riding into a massacre.
Many of them, only 2 of us. Not enough.
Fred Vance. I read about his trial. He was convicted on mighty slim evidence. Tonto, we'll give Fred Vance a chance to prove he's not a cattle rustler. Come on.
Food's ready. You must be starved. Fred, no.
It's just a precaution, Mary. Maybe they won't even come. But if they do... 2 of them. Well, I'm ready for them this time. Get behind the wagon.
Hold your fire. We're friends.
I haven't got any friends.
Honey, he's masked. And that Indian.
They're not ranchers. They're part of Madden's gang.
We want to talk to you.
Don't come any closer, or this time I won't shoot over your heads.
He means it, Tonto. We'll use the possum trick.
Me savvy. We're here to help you, Vance. We're coming in whether you like it or not.
Fred, you've killed them.
I warned him to stay back.
Sorry I had to do that, Fred.
All right, you got me. Go ahead. What are you waiting for?
Oh, Fred.
I told you, we are friends.
Friends don't wear masks.
Sometimes they do. Release him, Tonto. You can put away your gun. I'll explain.
Look here, I don't get this.
I've got a plan for rescuing Tom Patrick's boy before the Madden gang can ambush the ranchers who are now heading toward their hideout. But I'll need your help.
With every ranch in the country looking for my hide? Why should I help?
Because I believe you're an honest man. And one way to prove it is by going after those rustlers like any honest man would. Well, what do you say? Any sign of Tom Patrick and his ranchers yet, Tonto?
Not yet, Kimosabe.
You know, I reckon Patrick's not going to like the surprise one bit. He'll hate me even worse than he did after our run-in the other day.
He'll stop hating you soon enough, Fred, if you can deliver his son back to him.
You talk as if it was going to be easy. I've seen this Madden gang in action. I wouldn't be surprised if we were all taken prisoners. They're tough hombres.
We can be tough too, Fred, when we have to be.
Kimosabe, me hear horses.
Good. Now do just as I told you. Rein up and reach.
Hands off those guns.
Out of the saddle, all of you. Tonto, get their guns.
I thought you were on our side. I might have known you'd be in cahoots with the Rustlers.
He's no rustler, Tom, or he wouldn't be helping me save your son. We've been trailing you for 2 days. Now we'll take over. Got their guns, Tonto?
Huh?
Keep them covered till we get back. Sorry to have to do this, Tom, but I figure my way is safer than yours.
What can 2 men do alone? Ride into Madden's hideout like they had an invite?
Maybe. Come on, Fred. Let's go. Fred, we'll take Scott along for Jim.
Good. We got a long wait. Better sit down.
This is where we separate, Fred. Madden's camp is over there. You understand now what you're to do.
I understand, all right, but supposing something goes wrong?
We'll worry about that if it happens. Your job is to free Jim Patrick. I'll try to take care of the rest of the gang. Good luck, Fred.
Thanks.
I'm going to talk to the Patrick kid.
All right, masked man, that's far enough. Put up your hands.
What kind of a welcome is that? I've ridden a long way to find the Madden gang.
Nobody finds the Madden gang till they prove they're not on the side of the law.
I was working for the law. You think I'd come in here myself to capture the whole gang single-handed?
Well, I reckon that makes good sense. All right, stranger, you can ride in and talk it over with the boss.
Yeah.
But don't forget, I've got you covered all the way.
Just about noon, Patrick. Looks like your old man don't value your hide too much. Or he'd have turned Madden loose and he'd be here by now.
I hope he never lets him loose.
Hey, Nolan! Somebody's coming. I'll see who it is. You stay here, Sam. Keep your hands up, stranger. But you know you're trespassing on private property?
Isn't that what the Madden gang specializes in? Trespassing on other people's property?
Just what do you mean by that, mister?
Well, what's good for the Madden gang? It's good enough for me.
Oh, that's why you're wearing the mask. Thinking about joining up with us, eh?
I've been trying to catch up with you for a long time.
Well, climb down, but don't try anything funny.
Sure.
It's a mighty fine horse you got there. You wouldn't want to tell me where you got him, would you?
No more than you'd want to tell me where you got yours.
You're all right, stranger. Come on over by the fire.
Thanks. Howdy.
Sit down. Take on some grub.
I wonder if that is Madden. Because if it ain't, you better start saying your prayers, Patrick. You just got a couple of minutes left.
You haven't got much time left either. Someday they'll catch up with you polecats.
Polecats, huh? I'll show you who the polecat is.
time's up. The boss is not here. Rocky, take care of the Patrick kid.
Sure thing, Jake. Wished you'd have plugged in long ago.
Looks like we'll have to go after Madden ourselves. Are you with us, stranger?
Sure. I'd like nothing better than going after Pete Madden. Mind if I look at my horse first?
No, go ahead.
Hey, boss.
Yeah?
Somebody's plugged Sam and got the boy away.
What's that? If Sam go well, that may be your son, Jim. Take gun now. Go after Madden gang. Your horse is fresh. There's tired.
Jim, I was afraid I'd never see you alive again.
You wouldn't have, Dad, if it hadn't been for the masked man and Fred Vance.
Fred, look.
You won't need that, Fred. We're proud to have you as a neighbor.
And if you'd let us, we'd like to help you finish your cabin.
Come on, boys, let's get to work.
Let's go.
There you go. We're glad to help. We ought to do this right.
We have work to do elsewhere, Tonto.
Gee, Mary, it looks like we're going to have a home at last. And friends, like the Patricks here. And Tonto and the Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual.
A man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. When the pioneers settled in the West, bringing civilization and the roots of progress to the barren plains, the Indian chiefs sent their braves out on the warpath to burn the settlements and kill those who pushed the wagon trains forward, until the great white father in Washington sent his soldiers to make peace with the Indians. The most warlike of the chiefs was Lame Bear. Finally, even he had smoked the pipe of peace with the army. The white men were ordered to keep out of Lame Bear's territory. Here is the war horse Black Cloud, fiery veteran of 100 campaigns, the most famous horse between our coasts.
Black Cloud, Chief Lame Bear's war horse. After the battle Lame Bear put up against the army, he's just about the most publicized horse in the country. What an act I could build around that animal. But do you think you can buy him for me, Madrigal?
Money will buy anything, Barlam. Especially that kind of money.
5,000. That's for Lame Bear. And another 5 for you when you deliver Black Cloud to me in St. Louis.
It's a deal.
Good.
Come on, Shorty, we're going to be busy.
Good luck, Madrigal.
I make my own luck, Barlam. 10,000. Pretty good pay for delivering a horse, eh?
Yeah, but 5,000 of it's for Lame Bear.
Yeah? There's more ways of getting a horse than paying for it. You ought to know that.
Hide hunters, Tonto. If they're after buffalo, they're heading for trouble. You know, this territory is reserved to Chief Lame Bear, and Lame Bear won't stand for trespassers. Come on, Tonto. We'd better warn them.
What's the matter?
We've got visitors.
One's a redskin and the other's masked. Now, what in the blazer...
Take it easy. This is no hold-up, or they wouldn't show themselves. Maybe they want some grub. Remember to keep your mouth shut about what we're after. If word gets to Lame Bear that we're after Black Cloud, we're going to be out of luck.
Don't worry, Matt. We don't talk.
Howdy.
Hello. Hide hunters, eh?
That's right. Hide hunters. What's up? Need some grub? What's the mask for?
The mask is my business, and we're not after food. You're Matt Madrigal, aren't you?
That's right. How'd you know?
Aren't many hide hunters left. Recognize you from your description. Tonto and I want to warn you that you're trespassing on territory reserved to Chief Lame Bear. You entered it when you crossed the green. If you know it's healthy, you'll turn back.
Maybe we don't care about our health. And if we don't, who's going to spoil it for us?
Lame Bear will. He'll try to anyhow, and maybe the Army. The Army wants to keep peace in this section.
All right, you've warned us. Thanks.
I take it you're not turning back, then.
What do you think?
I think you're looking for trouble.
That's our right, isn't it?
You'll find it. Come on, Tonto. These gentlemen are looking for trouble. We're wasting their time. And you may be wasting your scalps.
I sure put a burr in his tail. All right, Beggs, whip up the horses. Like the masked man said, we're wasting time.
You'd better ride to the fort, Tonto. Ask Colonel Graves for a detachment to turn them back.
Me do. If them after buffalo, Lame Bear get plenty mad.
Yes, and start on the warpath. He's only looking for an excuse to fight these days. You go to the fort. I'll ride to Lazat's trading post and see that Lame Bear learns about this in the right way. Get going, Tonto. I'll pick up your trail later.
Me go now.
Chief Lame Bear's son and a trusted brave made camp. The boy was pleased with the truce between his father and the white men. He went about his work tending the fire, unaware of the danger that lurked near, very near.
Come on.
Then suddenly his companion had a feeling that they were being watched. But he saw no one.
You and Tom go after Black Cloud. Sam and I'll take care of the Redskins. Beggs, you follow me. We'll make a circle and come in behind them.
There's one redskin so good, he's plumb wholesome.
We'll get this one over your saddle. I'll go back and see how the boys made out with the horse.
You want this one for?
He may come in handy for a hostage if we need him. He's Chief Lame Bear's son. Black Cloud tied up?
Yeah, he sure put up a fight. It's quite a job.
And the Indian?
Sam just tied him and thrown him in the wagon.
Good. Now, our job is to get back to the railroad as soon as we can. Let's get going.
Right. Give me the rest.
The wounded Indian boy struggles to reach his horse to report to Chief Lame Bear with a message that will touch off the fires of war. Nestled among barren mountains in Indian territory is the Burnt Hills trading post, to which the Lone Ranger has ridden to talk to Chief Lame Bear.
Man with mask, speak with straight tongue. Lame Bear, do nothing now.
I don't know how you got him to promise to let the army handle Madrigo, but you did. It's trouble. Madrigo made off with Lame Bear's son and his war horse. Lame Bear's raging. We got to get out of here.
You're right, Lazat. You get to your horse. I'll cover you in case of trouble. We've outrun them, Lazat.
They'll go back to their village. And what you want to bet? In another hour, they're on their war path.
Yes, and ready to kill every white man who gets in the way. We'll have to warn the army.
Quickest way to the fort is through that saddle.
But the quickest way to the army is to follow on Madrigo's trail. Tonto was to get a detachment of soldiers who turn them back. We'll head off this way. On Silver.
I'm Lieutenant Bannister. You're trespassing on territory reserved to Lame Bear's tribe. I've come to order you back.
You're a little late, aren't you, Lieutenant? I've already turned back. Turned back when him and that masked partner of his told us to. First I knew we'd been trespassing.
You're a hide hunter, aren't you?
That's right.
What do you got in that wagon?
Take a look for yourself.
What are those men doing over there?
Take a look for yourself. One of our horses is bogged down.
Indian, you're wasting my time. That Black Cloud, that Lame Bear's war horse.
What do you want to do with him, boss?
Take him and get White Eagle out of the brush. Throw them both in the wagon. And get Black Cloud and tie him on behind.
We hadn't seen them soldiers coming when we did. We'd have been prisoners by now, and they'd have been taking us back to the fort. You're lucky, Matt.
Uh-huh. I told you I make my own luck.
I don't like it, Lazat. This is where Madrigal camped. The cavalry were here and left without taking him into custody. His trail goes on. The cavalry went back. He's fooled them some way.
We'll have to ride to the fort, after all.
No, I'm going after Madrigal. You go to the fort. Yes.
Lame Bear will come through these hills, Colonel Graves. If we station our regiment right about here... No, I won't do that. A show of force won't settle this. You see, according to Lazat's story, Lame Bear is in the right. I'm going to talk to him. Talk to him? Yes, under the protection of the white flag. A parley. I know Lame Bear. He's been my friend. And the talk might do what fighting never will do. You'll come with me, Bannister. You too, Lazat, if you feel up to it.
All right, Colonel. I can risk it if you can.
Lame Bear's in there. I can tell the signs. Took to cover when they saw us coming. Lame Bear, afraid of three men? It's a trap, sir. Maybe. Well, shall we go on? We're fools, sir. We ought to get out of here. We're not back. Nonsense. Pull yourself together. We're only... Anything I can do for you, Lazat?
I sure could use a drink of water if you had.
Where's Biggs?
He's back there guarding the pass. What's the matter with him?
The Indian death chant. I've heard it before. I reckon he figures he's going to die.
Well, he figures right. Hey, that's no death chant. I savvy that lingo. He's signaling somebody. No more of that, Injun.
Reach. Pull out your gun and shoot at the sky. Now.
I beg. Get up there, all of you, and see what's up. Maybe a trick. All right, heist him. You're a dead man. Howdy, friend. Glad you dropped by. Moving. The hands behind. Not a very good tie, but it'll do till the boys get here. One more turn to make sure. There, I will hold you. Good. Boys are coming back.
Pedro, the knife. Here, get behind the wagon.
You probably want to sleep.
I wasn't. Always.
Hey, man.
Raise your hands. I'll drop your guns. You. Get over there. My last shot.
I'm out, too.
We'd better get out.
Get out? Where to, sir? I think I saw our horses yonder in the gully. Maybe we can make it to them. Carrying him? Of course. We haven't got a chance. That's right. But I'd rather be out in the open when we haven't a chance. So let's try it. Give me a hand with it.
White Eagle, there's your father. Get to him, quick. We were told you were headed this way. We came as soon as we could.
And just in time.
Here, I want to show you something. Grigo and Company. You've met these fellows before.
Yes, I have, and I'm glad to meet them again.
I thought you would be, Lieutenant. Colonel, you should be out of trouble once White Eagle has talked to his father. In fact, I think you're out of trouble right now.
Thank you, friend. We owe you our lives. I want you to understand that, Lame Bear. If you behave yourself, no more trouble from Washington. But if you don't, I'll make plenty of trouble. You savvy that?
Lame Bear, savvy.
There's the man who should get the credit for this, my friend.
He fine fella. Big warrior. What him name?
No one knows. I can only tell you that most people call him the Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, in their ever-vigilant pursuit of outlaws and evildoers, have been riding for days to reach this ranch belonging to the lovely young Ellen Carter. They have learned that Ellen, who trusts no strangers, has been fighting desperately but futilely to save her property from the land-hungry hands of unscrupulous, violent men.
If you're more of Jeff Grant's hoodlum and come to frighten me off my ranch, you'll find I don't frighten easily.
We don't like Jeff Grant any better than you do, Miss Carter.
But if you're not one of Grant's men, why are you wearing that mask?
I wore this same mask when I helped your father clean up the old Potter gang. He may have told you about me. You ever seen one of these before?
A silver bullet. Then you must be the Lone Ranger.
Now will you trust Tonto and me to help you?
How did you find out I was in trouble?
Bad news always travel fast. We ran into a couple of your ranch hands. Grant's men had run them off.
He's been doing that for months now. Trying to force me into selling out by making it impossible for me to work my ranch. If he thinks that just because I'm a woman he can bully me into doing anything he wants, he's very much mistaken.
Why does Grant want your property?
To build a stagecoach road across it. I offered him a right-of-way, but he insists on all or nothing.
That not make sense. You're right, Tonto. Grant must want this ranch for something a lot more important than a stagecoach road, or he'd be willing to compromise. How many hands are working for you now, Miss Carter?
Just Bill Morgan, my foreman. He stuck with me through all my trouble.
Why not me work here, Kimasabi? No, Tonto. I think it's more important that you try to get a job at Grant's ranch. That way we'll have some idea what he plans to do. Me try get job somehow. Tonto, I'll contact you as soon as I've rounded up a couple of ranch hands to work for Miss Carter. Me be waiting.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Why, every man in the county knows what Grant's roughnecks would do to him if he worked for me.
Not every man. I'll send you two who won't be afraid of Grant or anybody else. Have you ever heard of Pete Lacey and Pedro Martinez? Are you ready? See. Go.
Caramba! You missed me by 2 whole inches.
You couldn't hit me if I had donkey's ears.
Well, try again. This time I'll make it really tough.
You think that's shooting? Watch this. No, that's the one.
Madre mia, I don't like this. Have you ever missed a man?
Only the last 2 times. Fellow wasn't hurt much.
Oh, Silver. There's the 2 men I'm looking for. On, Silver. Put up those guns, men. Only fools risk their lives without reason.
That burning, and I just had it lined up perfect.
Huh.
Who do you think you're talking to, masked man?
To a couple of men who once helped me capture some outlaws in Cactus County. Have you forgotten?
Caramba, now I'm knowing you. This masked man is our friend, the Lone Ranger.
Don't you two ever get tired of fighting each other?
Oh, it's nothing, senor. We just have the little dude to pass the time of day.
Don't you have anything better to do? You're 2 of the best bronc riders in the territory. Tell me, why aren't you working?
Work? No, thanks, friend. Work don't agree with us.
That's right, amigo. We're two of the laziest hombres in the whole county.
Well, that's too bad. The Carter Ranch could use a couple of husky men like you.
Why us? There's plenty of good hands in these parts.
Not anymore. Jeff Grant and his roughnecks have run them off. He's trying to force Miss Ellen Carter into selling out to him.
Miss Ellen? Why didn't you say so before? This senorita, she's pretty?
You'll have to decide that for yourself.
We'll do it. Pedro Martinez have never failed to help the beautiful senorita in distress.
You go on ahead to her ranch. I'll meet you there later.
I ride like the wind.
You'll have to ride faster than that if you want to beat me to a beautiful girl. Pedro, we're not really going through with this thing, are we? Work?
Pedro Martinez de Salvador y Ruñega have given his promise.
Well, but supposing she's one of them strong-minded, hatchet-faced females.
Well, in that case, Pedro Martinez de Salvador y Ruñega will break his promise.
Ma'am, we'd like a job.
Si, senorita, we would like a job.
Oh, you must be the two men the Lone Ranger told me about.
Si, senorita. My friend Pete Lacey, he's the world's best pistol shot. And I, Pedro Martinez de Salvador y Ruñega, can throw the whip better than I can throw the bull.
Bill, would you come here a minute, please? Bill, here are two men who actually want to work for me. This is Bill Morgan, my foreman.
How are you? I sure hope you two fellas don't scare easily. If Jeff Grant hears you're working for us, he'll send some of his gang over here to rough you up.
Pedro Martinez is afraid of nobody. And my friend Pete Lacey, he's afraid of nobody but Pedro.
That's a lie. You lazy, honorary polecat. I can outduel you any day.
Take it easy, boys. You're both hired, lazy or not. Drop your blanket rolls in the bunkhouse, and I'll be with you in 5 minutes.
Si, senor. It will be a great pleasure to work for the beautiful senorita.
Likewise.
Ay, that Miss Ellen. Could you not see the love light in her eyes for Pedro Martinez?
That was me she was looking at, you spit-curled baboon.
If this Jeff Grant tries to hurt her, first I cut his throat, then I shoot his heart out, and then I kill him. Caramba, senor. You're even better than I am, and that is impossible.
This may come in handy, boys. Tana was working as cook's helper at Grant's ranch. He warned me we can expect a visit from Grant's men at any time now.
Good. I've been kind of watching for him to come.
You've been watching the beautiful Miss Ellen, and all the time it's for me, she sighs.
Wait a minute. Riders are coming.
Yeah, they're Grant's men, all right.
Good. We gave them a welcome they do not expect.
You're trespassing on private property. What do you want?
That Carter female must be so hard up for help she had to hire a masked man to work for her. We want you to vamoose, that's what we want. Vamoose? Mister, we like it here. It ain't healthy to like it here. Now, do you want to go peaceful? Or shall we show you just how unhealthy it is?
Pedro Martinez have never felt in better health.
You're the ones who are going to vamoose.
That masked hombre talks big. Let's get him, boys.
Hey, watch the round fit. Hey, one down and 3 to go.
That should hold you for a while.
I reckon that'll show them who's going to vamoose. You can go now. Tell Grant if he sends any more of his men, they'll get the same treatment.
See, and tell him if they bother Miss Ellen again, we're going to really get mad and hurt somebody. Now get.
I'm going to try to see Tano. When Grant finds out his bullying tactics won't work anymore, he's likely to try something a lot more drastic. I'll see you later.
So the four of you, Hefty, weren't even a match for two lazy drifters and some hombre wearing a mask.
I told you, Mr. Grant, they used whips and guns.
You had guns too, didn't you? I've had enough fooling around. I want that property before Ellen Carter finds out there's gold on it.
She's a stubborn female, boss. Why don't you give up and start digging the vein you found on your own property?
When the biggest part of it extends across into the Carter Ranch? No, thanks. If you won't be sensible, I'll just have to get a ranch another way. A sure way. Get out of here, Ensign. You're supposed to be helping the cook. Can't you see we're talking business?
What do you mean, a sure way, boss? She said she'd never sell to you as long as she lives.
Then we'll just have to fix it so she doesn't live long.
What did you find out, Tonto?
Plenty, Kemosabe. Gold on Carter Ranch.
So that's why Grant wants it.
Then plan something heap bad. Send me out of room so we can't hear.
Come on. There's a window open over there. I tell you, boss, I don't like it. Killing a woman.
I don't care what you like or don't like. It's the only way. Besides, it won't be murder. It'll be an accident. An unfortunate accident. Once she's out of the way, I'll be able to buy the place for a song. There's not another rancher in the county with nerve enough to bid against me.
But what if somebody gets suspicious? Accidents like that don't happen all by themselves.
If anybody gets blamed, it'll be those two worthless drifters, Pete and Pedro. They won't be able to defend themselves because they'll be dead, too.
Hold it.
Reach. No tricks. What's the matter?
Looks like this engine was cooking up more than food, boss.
This the hombre from the Carter Ranch?
Yeah. He and the engine sure heard an earful.
That's one earful they're going to wish they hadn't heard. Take him down to the barn.
What are you going to do with them, boss? If they spill what they just heard?
Don't worry. They won't get a chance. We'll take them with us to the Carter place. Nice thing about a fire, it burns up all the evidence, including dead bodies.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto, in their efforts to help Ellen Carter save her ranch, have been captured by ruthless Jeff Grant and his men.
Make it good and tight. I'd hate to lose such nice kindling wood.
We found their horses, boss. The big silver one was in that clump of trees.
Good. Let's get going.
You're a fool, Grant, if you think you can get away with this.
You're the fool, masked man. I don't make plans that won't work. Get them on their horses.
You forget we're not the only ones trying to help Ellen Carter. She has other friends, too.
Oh, Bill Morgan? It'll be 1 against 5.
Aren't you forgetting those two new hands she hired? Pete and Pedro?
Those two show-offs? Yeah, I know all about them, and they don't worry me a bit. We'll take care of Pete and Pedro just like we're going to take care of you. Come on.
The beautiful Senorita Ellen. When she sees this, no longer can she resist Pedro Martinez.
Pedro Martinez, that big windbag. I reckon this will show Miss Ellen who's the man for her.
I'll put it over her head like this. Then I'll crush her in my arms like this.
Let's just see how it looks. Hey, that even looks good on me.
What chance of Pete Lacey against me?
Dad, burn it.
I thought you're telling me you right, Tutan. You tell a big lie.
And you said you'd be tending the stock. That's a bigger lie.
For the beautiful senorita, eh? The minute my back is turned, you're making love behind my front, eh?
I suppose you're going to wear that over your head.
What's the matter with you boys? Don't you two ever stop squabbling? Say, those are right pretty-looking doodads. What you gonna do with them?
Didn't you ever see a wedding present before?
See, we've decided it's time for Miss Ellen to get married.
Say, that's a fine idea. Well, good luck, boys.
You see, just like I'm telling you, she's eating her heart out for Pedro Martinez.
If she's in love with anybody, it's me.
We let her make the choose.
Reach. Stick him in the old storehouse with the masked hombre in the engine. Looks like just the right place for our little accident to happen. Come on, boys.
Oh, Pete and Pedro. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. What seems to be your trouble?
We got kind of a problem, ma'am.
Si, senorita. We are both in love.
Well, I think that's wonderful. Who are the lucky girls?
But that is the problem, senorita. The lucky girl, she's only one. And I am for she.
Dad read it. You said you'd let her choose.
Oh, well, that's very flattering, boys. But you see...
Don't anybody move.
Just what is this, Mr. Grant?
It's a funeral, Miss Carter. Your funeral.
Caramba. At a time like this, my back is where my front should be.
If this is another one of your attempts to frighten me into selling out, it won't work. And if you harm any of my friends, I'll have the law on you.
That'll be kind of hard to do, Miss Carter, if you and your friends are all dead.
I'm sure glad you never bothered to tear down this old storehouse, Miss Carter. Makes a dandy coffin. Strong enough to hold you in and dry enough to burn like tinder. Okay, men. Get the fire ready. You should have sold when I asked you to, Miss Carter. Now it's too late.
You're going to have a hard time explaining this fire to the sheriff, Grant.
I don't think so. How can you prove who started a fire if all the witnesses are dead? All ready, boss.
Okay, let it go.
Well, keep cool. Good work, boys. Won't be long now. Come on, we don't want to be seen here. We'll hide out at the ranch house till it's over. And if anybody comes along and tries to put out that fire, we'll take care of them, too.
Phil, what are we going to do?
Take it easy, Ellen.
Don't worry, Miss Ellen. We get you out somehow.
Darn idiot. It's us got her in here. Turn our backs on them polecats at Grant's.
It's no use, Kimasabi. Knots too tight. Need knife.
Right. Got to do something. The window.
Broken glass, good knife. But window too high.
Yes, fortunately. Tonto, hop over to the door. We may be able to force it open. Hurry, Tonto.
Handle brake. Look, Kimasabi. Where? Break window.
The glass. There isn't a second to lose.
Caramba, senor. What are you doing?
Pull out your wrist, Tonto. Glad I'm wearing gloves. This glass is hot.
Hey, it might work. We can just get out. I know where they stowed the guns, in the bunkhouse.
Look!
Hey, senor, make with a hurry. Pronto, eh?
Press tighter, Tonto. Of our own for Grant. I reckon it's about time for us to call the boss. Take a look.
Yeah, nothing but smoke. By now, they'll be burnt to a crisp.
sir.
Don't move, Grant. Get their guns, Tonto. It's all right, Miss Carter.
Rock-a-bye band and on the rooftop. When the rope pulls that will go clap. When the rope slips, they'll land on their feet. And time will come bounding. There's no one people.
Miss Carter, we've got them tied up in the barn. Pete and Pedro are going for the sheriff. You won't have any more trouble with Grant or his men.
Oh, that's fine. And I can hardly believe what you told me about the gold. Now Bill and I will really be able to make a success of the ranch.
Don't you think we ought to get married first?
Marry? You mean all the time she have been in love with he?
I'm afraid so, Pedro. But we want you both to be best man at our wedding.
There's only one best man, and that is Pedro Martinez de Salvador y Ruñega.
Concerning it, that's a lie. Pete Lace is a better man than Pedro Martinez ever was.
You men made insult. Come, we fight a duel. And after we kill each other, we'll go for the sheriff.
They're a great pair, Miss Carter. Come on, Tonto. We have more work to do. Adios.
Goodbye. There goes an even greater pair. Just think, Bill, we might have lost everything if it weren't for the Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. Indians on the warpath, red man versus white, burnings, scalpings, atrocities, massacres. These scenes of bloodshed and death finally have vanished from the West at the time our story opens. For the great white father in Washington has acted in the Indians' behalf. The pipe of peace has been smoked and solemn treaties made which guarantee forever the rights and property of the red man. He has been given large grants of land on which to live. Regular shipments of supplies to provide for his needs are sent him on rigid schedules from the east. And law and order in his territory is being maintained by the presence of United States troops. For a long period, the Indians lived contentedly and in harmony with the white man. Then one day, a smoke signal appears in the sky. A signal which for many centuries has been the Indian's telegraph, his means of transmitting a message across the miles. On this particular day, the message from afar was of importance to Tonto, friend and faithful companion of the Lone Ranger.
2 quick puffs. That's your sign, Tonto.
Come from Cheyenne country.
Must be from Chief Swift Eagle.
Chief Swift Eagle, good friend. See what him want.
Oso, dice cañón. Oxo.
He says that it's important to see you right away, but he doesn't say why.
Chief Swift Eagle have plenty good reason or him not send for Tonto. Me signal me go.
Oso, dice cañón. Oxo.
We find him on Washita Reservation.
Then you'd better be on your way.
You not come, Kemosabe?
No, Tonto, I want to visit Father Batista at his mission. He may have some news for me.
When me see you again?
I'll meet you at the big cave on the Washita River in 2 days. You go on. I'll break up camp.
Me hurry, see what friend want.
Tonto.
Yes, Kemosabe?
They're strict around the reservations these days. Be sure to report to the Indian agent in charge there.
Me see him first thing.
Hello, Father. Welcome, my son. It's been a long time since you last passed this way.
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Where's Tonto?
He went to see his friend, Chief Swift Eagle, on the Washita Reservation.
The Washita?
Why, yes. Something wrong, Father?
I hope he doesn't meet with trouble.
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
The Army has issued orders that any Indians found off their reservations south of the Cimarron River are to be arrested as renegades.
Renegades?
Yes, and they're to be exiled to the Florida Everglades.
Why, those disease-infested swamps would kill a northern Indian in less than a week.
I know.
Why, Father? What's the reason behind it all?
Oh, Inspector. Here's someone who can tell you about it.
Good morning, Father.
This is Inspector Williams from the Department of Indian Affairs. Don't let the mask cause you any concern, Inspector. This is the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Say, I've heard a lot about you. Glad to meet you, Inspector. Father Batista has told me about the order exiling Indians from their homes.
Oh? Well, that order was issued to protect the food and supplies we send to the Indians.
Well, what do you mean?
Our supply trains haven't been getting through.
They've been attacked?
That's right. Renegade Indians. They slaughter the drivers and take the supplies.
You're positive it's done by Indians?
That's the report from one of our own agents, Jim Lackey.
Yes, he should know. But to call any Indian found off the reservation a renegade.
Oh, that was the Army's idea, not ours.
I see.
Now you see why I was concerned about Tonto.
I'll see to it that nothing happens to Tonto. I'll start for the Washita right away.
Do you mind if I ride along with you? I'm on a tour of inspection. That's where I'm going.
Glad to have you, Inspector. Bye, Father.
Adios, Father. And many thanks for your hospitality.
You were most welcome.
Thank you.
Good luck, my friend.
Adios. On, Silver.
I've been sitting on fish hooks all day waiting for you.
What's eating you, Lackey?
Did you and your cutthroats raid that supply train that's coming in?
No. Didn't know there was one.
That's a relief.
Something wrong, Lackey?
You bet there is. We've got to lay off for a while. The Indian Bureau is bellowing its head off.
You think they're getting wise?
No. They still think it's renegade Indians.
Well, then, what do we got to worry about?
This letter from Washington. Just one more raid, and there's going to be a special investigation.
That wouldn't be so good. If anyone came snooping around here, they might find out that me and my boys are deserters.
What do you mean, might? Now, we've got to take it easy and let some of those supplies get through. At least until things cool off a little.
Hold it.
How? What's your business, Indian?
Me come to Washita, see Chief Swift Eagle.
What do you want with Swift Eagle?
Him old friend, make power.
You got your own rations?
Me got food.
It's a good thing. Grub is too scarce around here these days to be feeding stray Indians.
You have plenty food soon. Past supply train on the way here.
Glad to hear it. That'll be good news for Swift Eagle and his outfit. What do you call yourself?
Me Tonto, not Cheyenne. Come from north.
All right, you can go now. You'll find Swift Eagle camped 4 miles up the line.
Wait a minute, Injun. What'd you say your name was?
Me Tonto.
That's all. Something mighty familiar about that Injun.
Ah, all Indians look alike.
Maybe. But I've seen him before. See you later.
For many moons now, my people hungry. Many of them weak and sick. Must have food, white man's medicine to make them well again. That's why me send for you, Tonto, in hope you and your good friend, the Lone Ranger, will help.
Kemosabe helps Swift Eagle's people. Him good friend.
But You say you not see him till tomorrow.
That right?
Maybe too late then. Supply train now 1 day's ride away. We'll be in Blue Canyon by next sunrise. That where every attack made.
That not good.
Swift Eagle ask Indian agent Lackey protect supplies, but they no get here. Now time come for Swift Eagle to act. Escort supply train with best warriors.
That bad, Swift Eagle. Indian agent make big trouble if you go off reservation.
Him not know what we do till wagon arrive safe.
Maybe men with wagons think you renegades. Start battle.
Swift Eagle think of that. But also think of my people who starve and die. We watch wagon from hills. Show ourselves only if attack made. You come, Tonto?
Tonto ride with good friend Swift Eagle.
Oh, he come. Yeah.
There's the spot I was to meet Tonto. But it seems that someone else got there first. Looks like an army patrol.
Yes. Could be a detachment from Fort Mason looking for renegades. Hope they don't take your friend Tonto for a renegade, if they meet up with him.
Tonto will be careful. I wasn't to meet him until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Inspector, we'll camp up the line. The soldiers may be gone by morning. Then I'll come back and meet Tonto. On, Silver.
I just figured out who he is. I saw him in Fort Dodge about a year ago.
Well?
He's the engine that rides with the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Are you sure?
Positive.
We can't have him snooping around here. He might bring in his masked friend.
Yeah.
That masked man might be here even now.
Well, what'll we do?
We're going to have a talk with that Indian. Come on.
That night, Bolin and Lackey, after failing to find Tonto or Chief Swift Eagle, cruelly forced the chief's terrified squaw to give them the information they demand.
I think this is about the best break we ever got.
What do you mean, break?
The brass in Washington think the Indians have been staging these raids, don't they? Now we prove it.
How? You heard her say they rode off to guard the supply train, not attack it.
My orders say that all Indians found off the reservation are renegades. Well, Swift Eagle and all his braves are off the reservation right now.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Now, Swift Eagle still thinks that your men are Army regulars. It'll be a cinch to arrest them.
Yeah. And you follow the War Department's order and send them to the Everglades.
But they'll never reach Florida. Your men will shoot them when they try to escape. All nice and legal.
I get it. Then Washington has nothing to investigate.
Right. We better round up the boys at the cave. They got work to do.
What about her?
She can't do anything. Come on.
The next morning, the Lone Ranger, after leaving Inspector Williams to ride on to the Washita Reservation alone, returns to the cave, where he has arranged to meet his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. The cave is deserted of soldiers, yet the masked man sees no sign of his Indian friend.
Easy, big fellow. Easy. Doing here?
What's it to you?
They're the ones the Indians never received. I'll get over there.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Keep you quiet and out of the way for a while. Move. There, that should hold you. I have to find Inspector Williams.
those engines off their horses, Pete.
Well, hurry up.
Well, how'd it go?
They surrendered without firing a shot.
Thought the Army had turned on them, huh? What did you do with them?
I had my men take them to the cave. They'll be safe there until we get rid of them.
What'd you bring Swift Eagle here for?
You've forgotten about the Lone Ranger? One of my men heard the chief talk about him. I figured between the two of them, we'd find out where the masked man is.
Here they are, boss. They make big mistake. We not ride to attack supply train.
That's right, Mr. Lackey. We guard train so food will come.
Guard it? You mean attack it?
You know the Army order. Indians found off their reservation are to be considered renegades and deported to the Florida Everglades.
Well, Injun, you think your pal, the Lone Ranger, can help you now?
He must be a good man. Him find out truth.
Where's the Lone Ranger now?
Why you want to know?
That's our business. Well, speak up. Oh, another stubborn Injun. Maybe this will loosen your tongue. You gonna talk now? You keep out of this.
You think you can beat it out of him?
If I can't, I'll go to work on Swift Eagle.
Hold it, Boland. There's someone coming up the road. Now, we'll find out what he wants, but you and Pete keep your guns handy in case we have to get out of here quick.
What about them?
Oh, we're just attending to official business. Questioning a couple of captured renegades. Hello. Where's...
What are you doing to these Indians? Where's the agent in charge?
That's me.
Inspector Williams, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Now, what's the meaning of this?
Well, we caught these Indians stalking a wagon train.
These men wrong, Inspector. Cheyenne, honest Indians.
Shut up. This is an Army matter, mister.
On the contrary, it's a matter for the Bureau, no? And you're not using that whip anymore. I demand a full explanation.
Well, no, just a minute, Inspector. It's like this, you see.
That'll keep him quiet for a while.
What did you do that for? Now we'll have to get out of here fast. We'll take what we've made and call it quits.
You're not getting afraid, are you? We can take care of the inspector and the engines.
Well, I still don't like it. Not with the Lone Ranger around. I'm getting out. Well, anyway, it sure paid off while it lasted. Too bad we had to cut it short like this.
You know, Lackey, I just been thinking. Washington don't know nothing about me and Pete here. With the two engines, the inspector, and you out of the way?
You wouldn't.
Why not? What do you say to a two-way split, Pete?
Sounds good, boss.
There's your answer, Lackey.
Didn't like the sniveling coward either. Say, what about the men at the cave?
Why worry about them? After all, who can trust Army deserters with money? Get outside and get the horses. I got a little unfinished business in here.
Right, boss.
Taking care of you two engines is going to give me extra special pleasure.
Hurry up in there!
Be right with you, Pete. Now, Tonto, Start saying your prayers to your totem.
We've been looking for you on your feet. You're under arrest. Sergeant, watch him. You too. We've been looking for you and Bowen for a long time. Come along. Sergeant, take charge of these deserters. Now, stranger, who are you?
A man who just saved our lives.
Inspector Williams.
Hello, Flynn. You got here just in time.
This is Lieutenant Murray.
Inspector?
Lieutenant?
His company from Fort Mason was out looking for deserters when they met our supplies ran.
We heard some shots as we were bringing Flynn's wagon up the trail. Sounded like trouble, so we came on ahead.
Is Bowen one of the men you're looking for?
He certainly is. We've been looking for him and his friends for over a year.
Hear him say rest of men in cave near Washita. They renegades. They raid supply train, not Indians.
That's right. I found some of the supplies stolen from the wagon train still in the cave.
Boland kill Indian agent. Him body inside.
What?
Him speak truth, Lieutenant. Indian agent plan raids. But Boland shoot him when they go to split up money.
I'm beginning to understand a few things now, Lieutenant. Our agent, Lackey, wanted us to believe that renegade Indians were raiding the supply trains, while he and Boland and his men were the real renegades. Say, you got here just in time.
I was on my way to find you, Inspector. I heard some gunshots. I knew something was wrong.
Kimosabe. Many Swift Eagle's braves held prisoner in cave now. Boland have his men take them to cave after they capture us.
So, some more of Boland's deserter friends are around here. Well, my troop will take care of them in a hurry.
Then you won't need us anymore, Lieutenant.
We're certainly indebted to you and your Indian friend here.
Chief Swift Eagle, you can tell your people from now on that their supplies will be sure of getting through.
You have my word on that, Swift Eagle.
Swift Eagle and his people never forget this day. Are their friend Tonto or Tonto's good friend?
Montano.
Who'd you say that masked man was?
Well, he's the Lone Ranger.
Well, what do you know? The Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger. This is silver mining country, or rather it was once. Now almost all its mines are closed down, their riches exhausted. There's a theory, however, that where silver has been, silver must be. And among those who hold this theory are Dick and Bob Larrabee, brothers who have come all the way from the east to test it and hope it will prove to be right. Though what Hard Rock Jones and Rusty Bates, his partner of 30 years standing, are hoping for is hard to say. Or if one could say, better left unsaid.
Hold up. Now, hold up, boys. I'm returning something I think belongs to you. All right, Tonto. Bring him out. He does, doesn't he?
Sure he does. Where'd you find him?
Back there. He must have strayed. You'd better take him. Better hobble him, too.
Well, thanks a lot. When we saw that mask, we kind of thought maybe...
Oh, that's all right. We're not thinking anything. Thanks for bringing our mule back. And if anybody rides by asking if we've seen a masked man, we didn't.
Think I'm an outlaw, eh? Well, you're not the first ones to think it. You're the Larrabees, aren't you?
Sure. How'd you know?
We've heard about you. Heard you were looking for silver. You picked a likely spot. I like the looks of that formation. Try a little higher. Maybe you'll find something. You know, it's stuff like that that started Ed Schifflin digging around Tombstone. Maybe you boys haven't heard about it. He's made one of the richest strikes in the history of the West. Well, Tonto, we'd better be going. We still have to find a place to camp.
That's right.
Adios, boys.
Hey, wait! Good luck. I'm going to try that. Masked man on a white horse and a redskin. I got a hunch. Bob, I got a hunch. It's silver. Bob, it's silver. Look.
But it can't be. I mean... But it is. It is silver. Hey, we've struck it. We struck it rich.
We struck it rich.
They've struck it. Tenderfeet. Pilgrims. Hardly a week. Us 30 years. Never anything. Anything. But they've struck it. Not us as should have. But them. Them dirty little tenderfeet.
It ain't fair, Hard Rock. They ain't deserving of it. I gotta say it. Just ain't fair.
No. No. But maybe, Rusty. Maybe...
Maybe what, Hard Rock? Maybe what?
Maybe we can make it fair. Come on, let's get back to the cabin. I gotta figure this out. Here. I gotta figure this out.
Hard Rock, you and me living in this old shaft house, the two of us. When if we'd have struck it rich, we could have added a room to it.
Get in there, you old fool. I want to talk to you. Rusty, got an idea how I can get my hands on that claim.
You have, Hard Rock? Have you, honest?
I'm going to make a sketch of those tenderfoot's location. Mark out a couple of discovery claims for us and get it to the sheriff. And pretend they jumped us.
Jumped us? But I thought...
But to get them, to get rid of them, I'm going to accuse them of murder. I'm going to say they jumped us at the claim, but we got away. We come back here, and they followed us. We had a fight. I escaped. But they killed you. Yes, that's it, Rusty. That's how I'm going to get rid of them. Claim they killed you.
But you got to have a body.
I thought of that, Rusty. I thought of that.
Hard Rock. No. No.
Sorry, but I've been waiting 30 years. This is the way it's got to be.
But we've been partners 30 years.
You wouldn't want the next 30 to be like the last 30. Neither would I. Sorry, Rusty. Yeah, I gotta get things straight to show the sheriff. The canyon
here. Discovery claim here.
Uh-huh. Looks straight enough. Neither one of the Larrabees have been in here yet. I'll tell you what I'll do, Hard Rock. I'll nab the boys on suspicion, just so they don't take a notion to light out. Then we'll go over to your place, and if Rusty's dead, like you say he is, then we'll have a trial. And I reckon you won't have to wait as long as sundown to see a couple of killers get what's coming to them.
Good enough.
We'll make camp here, Tonto. I'll make things ready while you go into town and get some supplies.
Me go now.
Wait a minute. Isn't that one of the Larrabees we talked to?
That him?
Wouldn't it be strange if they had found silver where we told them to look? Well, you'd better get on to town. If there is any news, you can tell me when you get back.
Me go now.
Them claims. They belong to the Larrabees or to me? If they jumped your claims and killed to get them, they're yours, of course.
That's all I wanted to know. Only I thought maybe... Here comes one of them now.
Which one?
The oldest one. He's headed this way.
Now, I'll handle this. You just don't let him see until after he's in here. Get in the corner.
All right.
And keep quiet.
Howdy, Sheriff. I want to record a claim. I got it marked down on this here. Me and Bob struck it rich today, Sheriff. Real rich.
Yeah? Is your claim anywhere near these?
This is our claim. Where'd you get this?
Surprised you, didn't I? Bet you thought that shot you fired after me done for me, didn't you? Well, it didn't. And you're going to be tried for murder. Rusty's murder.
Murder? That's right. I'm arresting you on suspicion. And if Rusty Bates is dead like Hard Rock tells it, then you and your brother will hang.
So now Dick Larrabee in jail.
Accused of claim jumping as well as murder?
That's right.
Well, that's nonsense, Tonto. We know the Larrabees didn't jump those claims. We saw them there before they made their discovery. If Hard Rock lied about claim jumping...
You think him lie about murder, too?
What do you think?
Me think him lie.
So do I, Tonto. Where's the sheriff gone? Out to the claim to arrest Bob?
That's right.
Then we'd better get there. Those boys are going to need our help.
But I don't get this, Sheriff. This is our claim. We never killed anybody. I didn't, and neither did Dick.
I know you didn't, Bob. Or at least I think I know.
The masked man.
Sheriff, I know this boy and his brother didn't jump these claims. And it's reasonable enough to believe if they're not claim jumpers, they're not murderers. They wouldn't have a motive. I wonder if you know anyone who would.
Look here, stranger, if you...
I'll handle this, Hard Rock. All right, stranger, offer that mask. Let's see what's behind it.
I'm not sure you want to see. Tonto, you still have them covered?
Them covered, all right.
Where's he?
Behind those rocks. You still want to make an issue with the mask?
I'm no fool. What's the idea? Are you friends with these boys? Do you figure on taking him away?
No, I never interfere with the law unless it promises a breach of justice. In this case, I think justice will be served. What are you going to do?
Well, if you don't meddle, go over to Hard Rock's place and pick up Rusty.
And then?
If we find Rusty, put these boys on trial.
When will that be?
Today, mister. This is a county where killers don't last long, masked or otherwise. They'll get their trial as soon as we get back. If they're guilty, well, there's no use wasting time sending them where they're going, is there?
Meaning that if they're found guilty, they'll hang today.
You got any objections?
No, as long as you hang the right man.
We better get going.
Right. Give me your hands.
You're just going to let them hang us, mister? Aren't you going to help us at all?
Bob, only one man will hang. And that's Rusty's killer.
Come on.
You hear all that, Tonto?
Me here.
I'm going to try those boys today and hang them if they find them guilty.
Yes, Kemosabe. What we do?
We have to work fast. Let's go. On Silver.
Poor Rusty's right inside, Sheriff. I'll help you pack him back into town.
Thanks. Keep your eye on the boy. In here? Yeah. He's not in there.
What, sir?
But he was here, Sheriff.
He was laying right here by the door.
No body, huh? You see, Sheriff, he's not telling the truth.
What's that?
Hold on, Hard Rock. Now listen. Are you sure about this?
Would I be making a joke about my friend's murder? I tell you, I saw this boy and his brother kill Rusty.
You're a liar, Hard Rock. But if what you say is true, there's no case against us without a corpus delicti.
What's that mean?
It means without a dead body, you can't prove a murder.
So that's it. Trying to pull some sort of shenanigans on me, are you? Well, I know a thing or two about the law myself. I made a charge against these Larrabees. You got to hold them both, because I'll find the body.
All right. I'll take the prisoner here and lock him up. Mount up, young fellow. We're going in.
But, Sheriff,
No more talk. Do as I say. As soon as I get the prisoner under lock and key, Hard Rock, I'll come back and help you search.
Good, Sheriff. By the time you return, I'll have this corpus or whatever you call it ready and waiting for you. Can't do much good in a search with the prisoner know-how.
No, I guess not.
Man's a killer, all right, Tano. Come on. You mean to say you've never seen one of these before? Never even heard of one?
A silver bullet? Means nothing to me. That was the real test, my friend. Anybody could have a silver bullet if they took the trouble to make one. But that draw, you just got to be the Lone Ranger.
That means you'll do as I've asked you?
Do you really think Hard Rock's guilty?
I'm sure he is. All I ask is a chance to prove it.
What did you do with Rusty's body?
Dr. Blaine has it. You can have the body whenever you want it.
Mm-hmm. This plan of yours, you know you're risking your life, don't you?
Yes, to see justice done.
If Hard Rock's guilty, I wouldn't let him stand in front of me with a loaded gun.
I'm not asking you to, Sheriff. I only want you to stand behind him with a loaded gun. You know a better way to get the evidence we need?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Then we'll have to use my way. The Larrabees back there?
Yeah?
Think they'll be safe. Has there been any lynch talk?
Well, there's always lynch talk, but it doesn't always mean anything.
But sometimes it does, Sheriff. Tonto, I want you to stay here. Hard Rock's place is less than 2 miles away. Any real trouble, you can warn us in a few minutes.
Maybe you get into trouble.
I hope not. What we have to do shouldn't take us more than an hour. It's 4:10. If we're not back by 5:10, you come after us.
Me do that.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's go. Hard Rock, are you in there?
I have to talk to you. Hard Rock.
Here I am, stranger.
Where have you been? What have you been doing?
That ain't the question. The question is, what are you doing here? You want to see me?
Yes. Inside.
Sure.
You want to see Rusty, do you, Hard Rock?
You know where he is? Tell me.
And if I told you, what would you do? Finish the job you started before?
Trying to get me to talk, huh? And if I did, what good would it do you?
You don't have to talk. I know the truth. If you want to know where Rusty is...
You'll tell me. You hear? You talk.
You haven't answered my question. What will you do if I tell you?
I'll kill him. This time I'll kill him.
Then you admit you shot Rusty, eh?
That's right. Gonna make something of it?
It remains to be seen. Why did you shoot him? With a claim? In order to frame the Larrabees?
You're right. I did frame him. When I finish Rusty so he can't talk, they're gonna hang.
I don't think so. All right, Sheriff. I think you've heard enough. You can come in now.
Maybe he's a strong, silent type. He takes his time answering. What do you want me to do? Wait for him?
How long will that be, Hard Rock?
Years, mister. Years. So don't get any funny ideas.
You've made a big mistake, Hard Rock.
I don't think so.
You'll hang for sure.
Thought you'd rigged up something fancy for me, didn't you? Well, I was on to your tricks. The sheriff ain't coming in here. He's took care of. Now you're going to be took care of.
That's the Lucky Sarah's mine shaft, isn't it?
That's right. It drops 300 feet straight down.
Quite a drop. Expect me to make it?
You're going to drop the whole way. Nothing to be so cheerful about. Now get over there. Quit your stalling. Right up against it. Get them hands back up. Get them up.
Well, Sheriff, it's about time.
That's an old one, mister. Don't catch me falling for it. Expect me to turn around so you could jump me?
I think you'd better turn around.
You all right?
Yes. How about the sheriff?
Sheriff hurt bad. Me go for Dr. Blaine?
Yes, Tonto. Hard Rock, on your feet. We're taking you to town. We stopped by to let you know how the sheriff was getting along. Dr. Blaine says he'll be up and around in a couple of days. Then they'll hold Hard Rock's trial. I think you can be sure he'll be convicted.
We want to thank you, stranger.
Did the sheriff really hear enough to convict him?
Yes, Bob, he heard enough. Only he was too badly injured to move. Tonto, time to go on.
Time, all right.
Hey, wait. I wanted to ask him his name. Sure beats me. I wonder who he was.
I'm surprised at you. I thought you knew.
Huh? Who, me? No, who is he?
I got it from Doc Blaine. The sheriff told him. He's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger.
We're on Dave Ingles' property now, Tonto.
Yes, Kimosabe. Funny, we no see cattle. No water anywhere.
There's a water hole. have been poisoned, Tonto. He knows this country better than we do, Tonto. We've lost him.
Tonto like to see that man's face, Kimasabi.
Maybe we will, later on.
We go back, talk to Dave Engels now?
Not yet. First, we'll ride into town and see what's going on around here.
How many head have you lost with the bad water, Dave?
About 31.
Too bad. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I talked to the sheriff. He said he couldn't figure it out. But I've done something else that'll surely end my trouble.
Yeah? What's that?
I'd rather not say just yet.
I suppose it's your business if you don't want to tell me. In the meantime, use my water.
Oh, thanks, John. I'd like to confide in you.
I understand, Dave. I'd hope that you wouldn't be as unfriendly as some of the people in our valley.
Oh, now, John, I didn't mean to offend you.
You know, making a little money isn't always a dishonest business.
Well, here you are, Mr. Engels. Oh, howdy, Mr. St. Ives.
Hello.
You know, it's funny him wearing boots with high heels. My gosh, he ought to be satisfied with himself. I sure would be if I had his money.
Well, that's just a peculiar twist of the man. He'd give half of what he owns if he's as tall as you are.
Yeah, I guess so. Vanity sure does a lot of things to a man. I had a cousin. I'll get that sack of flour. That'll be the last of your order.
Hey!
What are you doing in town? I told you to ride that south line.
Slim Davis is riding for me. I had to come in to tend to something for myself.
All right, but get back as quick as you can.
Hi, Jake. Well, Mr. St. Ives, it's certainly a pleasure to have you with us. How do you find the eggs?
The question is, how long ago did you find them?
That's a good one.
Man, you're looking at Mr. St. Ives. I got practically all the cattle in San Pedro Valley. And all the water that's fit for cattle to drink, too. Yippee! Yep, I'd have been so much taller if they hadn't turned so much of me yonder. As I said before, men, I'm as big as any of you. Look at me.
What's going on out there? Must be something awful funny.
Oh, not much. Just a few of the boys cutting up. You wouldn't be interested. Nothing for you to see, Mr. St. Ives.
Yep, I'd have been so much taller if they hadn't turned so much of me yonder.
I'll show 'em.
What I can't take with my size, I can buy with my money. Yeah! Make fun of me, will you? I didn't mean to, Mr. St. Ives. I can explain. Honest, I can. Oh! Ah! Oh! I'll stop!
What do you think you're doing, St. Ives?
Step aside, Dave Engels. I'm teaching your man a lesson.
I'd rather you'd come to me if you've got something to complain about. If Hank has done anything wrong, I'll take care of him.
You'll take care of him. If you can't get your men to respect me, you can't have any more water from me for your cattle.
Now, hold on a minute, St. Ives. You're going too far with this.
You heard what I said. No more water. Understand?
But you can't ruin a man over a thing like this.
I can't, huh? Well, Engels, who is your accomplice?
I don't know who it was. Now, about the water for my cattle. I'll do anything in the world.
I'll give you just 24 hours to get your cattle from away from my land and away from my water holes.
I'm sorry, Hank. You're fired.
So I'm fired, am I? Seems like you put yourself out of the cattle business.
You are, Hank? $100. Why don't you take it? It's not counterfeit.
I didn't figure on the whip.
St. Ives surprised me, too. I'm sorry about that. Well, here's an extra 10. Buy some liniment.
What are we going to do about that Indian and the masked man I ran away from at the water hole?
I'll take care of them if they show up around here. In the meantime, I'll have to make a quick bargain with Engels.
What are you up to? All this scheming and causing trouble between two good friends. Or shouldn't I maybe ask questions?
You shouldn't ask questions, Hank.
Tonto?
Big man Monk, him pay small one to make joke of rich man.
Monk did that?
Why you not see Dave Engels when we in town? Him sent for you.
Yes, I know, Tonto. I'm glad we saw that trouble in town before anyone knew we were around.
What we do now?
When Engels asked for help, he said his water holes had gone bad. He suspected foul play. He's right. They've all been poisoned.
Which one do this?
No, he's got all the land he wants. Besides, if St. Ives wanted Dave's place, he'd simply buy it. There's something else behind it. I found this near the edge of the water hole.
What's mean, Kimosabe?
I'm not sure, Tonto, but I intend to find out. Let's go.
Hello, Miss Engels.
Hello, Blackie. Where's John?
Sorry, Miss Engels, he doesn't want to see you. And I've got orders to keep you off this property.
Now, look here, Blackie. I've got nothing against you. But no foreman of his is going to order me off his property. John and I have been good friends. I'm sorry about what happened, and I want to tell him so.
He says your men don't respect him, and that you put them up to it.
That's not so. I fired Hank for making fun of John. I want to tell him so, and you're not going to stop me.
Going in for gunplay, eh?
Yeah, there's something funny about my water hose going bad.
What do you mean?
Next thing you know, he'll be offering to buy my cattle cheap.
All he wants you to do is stay off his property.
Any man that'd wear those high heels that he's tall as other men would stop at nothing to gain his point.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Engels.
Now, look here, Blackie. I don't want any trouble with you.
Hold it, both of you.
So, it was you in town.
Who is this? Who are you?
Never mind who I am.
I knew you'd get here. You're still on my side, ain't you?
I'm on no one's side.
No wonder you didn't meet me in town.
You'd better listen to me.
Listen to you? What for? If you're finished, I'll be going.
St. Ives is wrong no matter what Hank did. If it wasn't for his vanity, this trouble never would have happened.
What do you mean?
Someone is using you two men for their own advantage.
Well, who can that be?
I'm not sure. I have to ride to Clay City. I can't tell you what I'm going there for. You'll have to trust me. I'm leaving Tonto in charge. I'll be gone better part of the night. Remember, no more gunplay.
He should have been back from Clay City by now.
Him come soon.
Here he is. You've been gone all night. What took you so long?
I had a great deal of information to get. The trip was worth it.
What we do now?
You ride over, get St. Ives, then meet Dave and me in town.
Me go.
What do you want me to do?
I'll explain as we ride.
There's nothing else I can do, Monk. Just have to pull up stakes and leave the valley.
You've certainly taken the beating, but I've never seen you so down, Dave.
There's a first time for everything. Even a first time for a man to know when he's licked. Through.
No, you just can't pull out. You'll lose too much. Say, perhaps I can help you.
Huh?
Well, I'm no cattleman, Dave, but I've got a heart for fellas like you.
You mean that, Monk?
Sure.
You really serious?
Sure. I'll tell you what I'll do.
3 stacks of corn. 2 stacks of just talking to myself, that's all. 2 sacks of oatmeal.
We can arrange price later. I wouldn't cheat you.
Sounds all right to me.
Let's go into my office. We can talk it over better.
Thanks, Monk. You're a real friend, Monk.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to be of help. Sit down. Seeing that I'm buying your land only temporarily, I think we'd better keep the price down rather low so you can buy it back after a while.
Is that what I'm going to do?
Sure. St. Ives will cool off after a bit. You and he'll be friends again.
Say, how are you going to get water from our kettle?
Remember, St. Ives is mad at you, not me. I can get the water from him, all right.
Say, he'll be madder than a hungry coyote outside of a chicken house when he finds out what you and me did.
Well, we'll have to draw up a bill of sale. Say, we'll need the deed of your property for descriptions and measurements.
Sure. I got him home locked up in a strong box. I'll fetch him.
Hurry back, partner. I'll have the cash waiting.
Fine. It worked just like you said it would.
Good, Dave.
I'm riding out to my house for my deed.
You go ahead. I'll wait for you here.
While you're about it, Monk, get enough out for me, too.
What do you think you're doing, Hank? Playing cowboys and Indians?
Yeah. I got a funny way of protecting my business interests.
Meaning what?
I overheard that slick deal you made with Ingalls.
Now, look here, Hank.
Never mind. You wouldn't tell me the straight of it. You was going to give me a job. Well, I can use a little salary in advance.
How much?
Oh, about $1,000.
If I go through with the deal, will you promise to keep that trap of yours closed?
I'd be a fool to kill a business deal, wouldn't I?
All right. I'll give you $500 now, and I'll give you the other $500 when the place is in my hands.
Well, I guess I can trust you. Hand over the $500 now. You can put that shooting iron back, Monk. The trick's too old.
Are you sure about this? Remember, I'm signing my property over to that rascal.
You said you'd trust me, Dave.
That's right, I did. Well, here goes. Seems to be all right, Monk. Description's the same as on my papers.
Well, let's get him signed.
How about me seeing some cash on the barrelhead?
Oh. Here you are, Dave. 5,000. I'll sign on the top line.
Monk, you don't know how much you're helping me out. I sure will never forget this.
You won't have any trouble raising 5,000 when you want to buy the place back, will you, Dave?
No, I'm sure I won't now.
That's right, Dave. Well, let's have a drink to celebrate.
Yeah, I guess we ought to.
Drinks on the house. Everybody. My friend Dave Engels and I have just closed a deal. Everything's going to be all right in this valley from now on. Drink up, boys. What's the matter, Hank? Aren't you drinking with us?
I ain't celebrating. I still got money coming to me on this deal of yours.
Of course. It'll be taken care of. Come on, have a drink.
I don't want your cheap liquor. I want my other 500 now. You see, I don't trust you like Mr. Engels here.
All right. If that's the way you want it, I'll give it to you. Right in the belly. You can't come busting in here like this, interfering with my personal business.
Your personal business happens to affect this whole valley.
What are you driving at?
I found out why you caused trouble between Dave Engels and St. Ives.
I caused trouble? Why?
Because Dave would have to sell his place at a sacrifice if he couldn't get water from St. Ives.
Oh, if you're trying to pin something on me, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Am I?
Yes. I tried to help Dave. I bought that land legally and properly.
I found the surveyor's plum out by one of Dave's poison water holes.
Oh, very interesting.
I just got back from Clay City. I talked to the surveyors who worked on Dave's property.
What?
The new railroad is running right through the northern section of your property, Dave.
So that's it.
With you owning his place, Monk, you'd have the ranchers in the palm of your hand.
Sure he would. Cattle can be shipped cheaper from my place than the railhead.
Granting what you say is true, masked man, what are you going to do about it? The law can't touch me.
The law can do something about you poisoning those water holes, Monk.
The masked man's right, Monk. I don't want to be part of this mess.
Shut up, Hank. I bought that land legally. I've got the deed. He's got the cash, and nothing can change that.
Your friend here might do some talking.
What's going on here? What deed are you talking about?
This fellow has just helped me make some money. Why don't you tell him about the new railroad coming through?
Railroad? What railroad?
I own the piece of land that connects the whole valley with the new railhead. What do you think of that, Mr.
Shorty St. Ives? Shorty. Why, you fool!
I'd like to see that document, Monk. Is it legal?
Legal? Take a look at it. All signed and everything.
Doesn't look legal to me.
Here's your money back, Monk. You can trust me. I wouldn't cheat you.
Well, there is no signature. I've been tricked.
John.
You know, Dave, I've learned something. I can be just as big a man without these darn things.
Mr. Engels, I want you to know I'm sorry about that misunderstanding we had.
Oh, that's all right. You were only doing what you were told.
I hope everything will be peaceful once again in San Pedro Valley.
It will be now, thanks to him.
Say, Mr. Engels, there's something that puzzles me. You did sign that paper of Monk's, didn't you?
Yes, I did. We signed it with disappearing ink. My friend slipped into Monk's office before we transacted the deal and put it in the inkwell.
Your friend on the White Horse?
Yes.
Who is he, anyway?
I only know what folks call him. The Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger.
There you be.
Hey, I do look just like him, don't I? And those clothes.
That's right. You're going to look even more like him.
What?
Get your clothes off, Emmett.
What?
Undress. You want to play the part good, don't you?
Me in that? Somebody take a shot at me.
Come.
Hey, let me go. This isn't part of the deal.
Hold still there. Here, use these.
I'm going to keep my own. I don't know if those things will work.
All right, if things don't work out like we planned, you'll need your own gun.
Thanks. How to dress and conduct yourself in the great outdoor spaces of the West. I can't go through with this.
We all waited 6 years for this. You'll go through with it. Let's go, kid. He's dead. All right, Emmett, get up here and drive this stagecoach into town. And don't drive too good. Remember, you're a tenderfoot. Tell him a good story about what happened out here. And don't forget your name. What is your name?
Bob Walker. I've been to school in Boston, and my pa was Sixkin Walker. The wildest, rootinest, tootinest galoot that ever throwed hot lead.
Does he sound like one of them guys that been going to them fancy Eastern schools?
I don't know. But he'll have to do. We'll see you in town. And remember, you don't know us. Now get going.
Over there.
Let's get out of here.
This, I'll take care of that mask, man.
Hold it. We don't want to take a chance on being recognized. Walker's done for. Let's go back to town.
Yeah, why not?
I gotta wait, Tonto.
Him still breathe, Kemosabe. What we do?
You ride to Tuckaville and get a doctor.
Me do.
I don't want anybody to know this boy's alive until I've talked with him. Help me get him across the saddle, and then I'll meet you at the line shack later.
Yorkshire. Welcome home, son.
Hello, Mr. Barr.
What'd you say?
What could I say? Hello.
Oh, hello. Gosh, you're a sight for sore eyes. Well, I reckon you come home to claim that legacy.
Yeah, you got it ready for me?
You bet. But not till you're 21, and that ain't until tomorrow. But come on inside.
You, Doctor?
I'm busy. The trouble with you Indians, you eat too much of the white man's starch foods. Go over to the store and get 10 cents worth of croton oil. Take that.
Me not sick.
Well, I haven't got time to go riding out to see any squaw either.
You come with me.
I got patients waiting for me. Besides, I have an important appointment.
Sorry, Doctor. You come with Tonto. No make noise.
You can get away with it now. But what do you think will happen when I get a chance to talk with the sheriff? A masked man. What is this?
It is unusual, Doctor, but it can't be helped. You're here to help a dying boy. Please, inside. Shot in the chest. He's been unconscious since we found him.
Bad, all right.
What are his chances?
I don't know. Maybe I ought to...
Ought to what, Doctor?
Well, it's going to be kind of hard to work on him here.
You just do what you can. We'll take care of the boy when you're through.
Now, see here, Mr. Whatever your name is. I'm a doctor. I know what's best. All right. But I'll need lots of hot water.
Get some water, Tonto. I'll build up the fire.
I left some bandages in there. That wound will have to be dressed every half hour. Watch him closely.
We will.
If I had a wagon, I'd chance taking him into town.
I don't think you could stand it, Doctor.
Probably not. By the way, did you see who shot him?
No, I wasn't close enough. Any idea who he is?
No, I haven't.
You'll have to keep him alive, Doctor. It's the only way we can find out who tried to kill him.
I'll do the best I can. However, this ought to be reported to the sheriff, but like you say, the criminals will expose themselves if they think they really killed him.
I'm sure it'll be wiser to keep this secret. When the boy can talk, I'll ask him questions. Then I'll call him the sheriff.
I don't know why I let you talk me into this. In all my years of practice, I've never done anything like it. How do I know who you are?
You don't. You'll have to trust me.
All right. I'll string along with you. I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, watch those bandages.
Me watch, Doctor.
You'd better take care of it.
Kimasabi, me get no chance to talk to you alone.
What about, Tonto?
In town, me see men look just like sick boy.
What?
Him go in bank, talk to banker.
Do you know who he was?
No, but men in town wear funny clothes.
Dirty cowhand clothes. Manicured fingernails. This book. Fancy gun.
Guns cost much?
Brand new. I have an idea who that young fellow is. Glad you're feeling better.
Who are you?
Friend?
Where am I?
You're in a line shack about 2 hours' ride from Tuckerville.
Stage. It was held up.
Stage not held up.
Someone tried to kill you.
We find you in bottom of ditch. Bring you here.
How do I know you didn't shoot me?
If I had, I wouldn't be helping you now. I think you'd better tell me your name.
I want to talk to the sheriff.
No, I don't think that would be a good idea.
But you can't leave me here to die. At least send for Doc Tucker in town.
Tucker? Do you know him?
Very well. He was my father's best friend. Please.
Him say doctor good friend. Why?
I don't know, Tonto. The doctor says he's never seen him before.
Him save much trouble if him tell name.
I'll find out who he is. I'm going into town to look at that other fellow. You stay close to the shack.
Howdy, Doc. We've been looking all over for you.
I had to ride out of town on a case, an urgent case.
We had an appointment with you, remember?
I remember. I thought you were supposed to take care of him, Walker, when you stopped that stagecoach.
We did, Doc.
We threw enough lead on him to finish off a bull.
Yeah, you blundering fools. I was forced to go out to a line shack to save his life.
I tell you, Walker couldn't be alive, Doc.
Where's Emmett?
He was over the bank with old man Barr.
Well, go get him. You know better than to leave him alone with that old crow. And bring Ezra Barr, too.
All right.
What about that Indian and masked man? Something ought to be done about him, huh?
Not just yet. They'll stay close to their patient. I saw to that.
How?
I told them the bandages had to be changed every half hour. The white man won't let the Indian do it.
What's so funny?
The man with the mask asked me not to say anything to the sheriff until after he'd had a chance to talk to Walker.
Not bad, Doc. You just naturally got a face people want to trust.
Huh?
Honest, Doc, I mean it.
Well, there you are, Dr. Tucker.
Where's Bob?
Oh, he just went over to the store. I told Dan where he could find him. Howdy, Curly.
Howdy.
What'd you say?
I said never mind. You know, I'm just dying to set eyes on old Six Guns Kid.
Yeah, Six Guns Kid, all right. Spitting image of the old rascal. I never will forget the time that him and me...
Yeah, I know, Ezra. Is the inheritance all ready for him?
Sure, I'm all ready for him. Nothing's too good for Six Guns Kid.
The doc wants to know if you have the cash ready to give him.
Take it easy, Curly. Is the cash ready for him?
Oh, yeah.
$80,000. That's what Six Gun left him. Probably want it in cash.
Bob wouldn't be silly enough to walk out of my bank with all that money on him. Not the way thieves and murderers are operating in these parts. Well, just look what happened on the stage this morning.
Yeah, that was bad.
Well, the boy can decide for himself. Well, speaking of the devil, Bob Walker, son of Six Gun. Chip off the old block, my boy. How are you?
All right, I guess.
Smile, you fool, like you're glad to see me. Where's Dan?
He'll be here in a minute.
Well, let's see, Bob. It's been a long time since I last saw you. How was the school? You know, I helped old Six Gun select that school for you, my boy.
Those are the kind of clothes they wear in city colleges, Bob?
Why, you see, Bob here doesn't know much about the West. I reckon he thought he'd kind of dress up to come home.
I'm going to get out of these things as soon as I leave this room.
We ought to have some kind of a celebration for your 21st birthday, Bob. What'd you like to do?
Get out of here.
That's a good idea. We'll have a party.
Watch your step.
I promised your pa on his deathbed 6 years ago that I'd look out for you, son.
Don't forget, Ezra, I was attending old Six Gun when he breathed his last. I was just as close a friend as you.
You'll be a rich boy tomorrow, Bob. Watch your step.
I'll take good care of that money, Mr. Barr.
What was that noise?
Why, I don't hear anything.
What happened? What's going on? What happened? I demand that you tell me.
He had a dizzy spell, fell down.
Oh, dizzy spell. I used to have them bad. I remember once, about 3 years ago, I had one. You give me some pink pills, Doc. That brought me out of it. Maybe you ought to give him some.
Yes, Ezra, I'll give him some. Look, you run on back to the bank. I'll take care of Dan.
Sure, I'll take care of the bank. See you tomorrow, Bob.
That was the masked man.
The masked man? Who is he?
Take it easy, Dan.
I knew something would go wrong.
Shut up, Emmett.
How much did he hear?
I don't know how much you heard, but when I get my hands on him again.
We got to do something fast.
We got to clear out of here.
I'll take care of that masked man.
I'll go with you.
Hold it. Emmett, you'll stay right here with us. You better take Joe with you. You'll find the masked man over at the North Line Shack.
Good.
Get going.
Honest, Doc. Don't you think we ought to clear out of here?
No, and I'm sorry you're the only one we could find who looks like Bob Walker.
While I was in town, I found out all about you, Bob.
Did you bring Doc Tucker?
Dr. Tucker was here while you were unconscious. He isn't a friend of yours.
I can't believe that. You're lying to me.
Tucker is plotting to steal your inheritance. He had you shot and he substituted a young fellow who looks exactly like you.
That's foolish.
They'll never be able to fool Mr. Ezra Barr, the banker.
They've already fooled him. He's turning your money over to an imposter.
That's unbelievable. How could they? If you knew all this, why didn't you bring the sheriff back here with you now?
Because the sheriff couldn't prove anything. Remember, Bob, you never saw who shot at you or who killed the stage driver.
What'll I do?
I have a plan. It'll take quite a bit of an effort on your part.
I'll try.
The doctor won't report this until tomorrow. That means Tonto will have to hurry.
When we see sheriff?
Sooner than the doctor thinks we will. In the meantime, I want to arrange things here. We're likely to have a visit from the doctor's friends. On your feet. Get over there.
Sun's been down more than an hour. Dan ought to be back by now.
I tell you, something's gone wrong.
We ought to ride out to that shack.
We ought to ride out of town.
We're not going anyplace. If we go to that line shack, we might be walking into a trap.
They must have gotten Dan.
Suppose they did. Won't do him any good. The Walker boy's unconscious. He can't tell him anything.
If Walker saw who was shooting at him on that stage, he'll be able to tell plenty.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Well, what do? Sit here and wait till they come and get us? What about the sheriff?
The man with the mask has a funny notion he doesn't want to talk to the sheriff.
That explains part of it. I talked to the sheriff a while ago. He was nice to me, welcomed me home.
We have a 10-to-1 chance to win. Let the masked man make the next move.
We might as well stay here till morning. We can't be any worse off.
Exactly. I'll wake old Ezra early in the morning and get the money transfer over with.
For gosh sake, Doc, what's your hurry so early in the morning?
It was Bob's idea. He said he was anxious to get this over with. Probably wants to make some investments.
Hello, Curly.
Howdy.
I'll get things ready.
Where's Emmett?
Well, he left me about a half hour ago. Didn't he come over to the bank?
No, you shouldn't have let him out of your sight. Ah, happy birthday, Bob.
Well, sit right down here, Bob. We'll have this over in a jiffy. Although I do hate to see all this money in your possession.
Stop worrying about his money, Ezra. Give it to him.
Yes, sir. It's a fine day for gifts. Sign right there, Bob. And here, you count this cash. And don't you trust even your best friend. Count it and see if it's all there.
I don't have to count it, Mr. Barr.
Congratulations, Bob. You're a rich man.
You bet I am. And you crooks aren't going to get a dime of it.
What's that?
Your friend Emmett White is...
Hold it. You're all finished.
What do you mean?
It almost worked, Doctor. You and your pals killed the stagecoach driver, and you thought you'd kill the real Bob Walker. Then you substituted one of your own men to collect that legacy.
What are you talking about? That's Bob Walker.
For once, you're right. That is Bob Walker. Not the one you think it is. That was a blanket roll your men shot at.
You've done an awful lot of spouting, but you haven't proved anything.
All right, Sheriff. Your other men are in jail.
You blundering idiot.
Well, the masked man grabbed me, made me change clothes with Bob.
I had to do it this way, Doctor, to catch you red-handed. You see, Sheriff, Bob Walker never saw who shot at him on the stage. He didn't know who was behind all this. The game's over, Doctor. Well, Bob, take care of yourself. Don't ride any broncs until that shoulder heals up good.
I won't. And besides, I'll have to learn how first.
Him learn to shoot pretty gun, too.
Well, that I'll do.
What'd you say?
So long, Mr. Barr.
Oh, you bet I'll take care of his money for him. Wish that fella'd stay around these parts.
So do I, Ezra. Say, you know, I never did get his name.
What'd you say?
What's his name?
His name? Why didn't you say so? It's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger.
What part do you want, Kimasabi?
It's about John Ames, Tonto.
Ames. He is one just released from prison?
Yes. If he carries out his threats, he'll go right back there.
That's bad. Ames have wife and children in Black Butte.
His wife talked to our good friend, the Padre.
What'd she tell, Padre?
Ames boarded a stage in Black Butte. He's headed for Alkali Bend. He says he'll get even with two men by the name of Gunder.
Stage pass on South Road soon.
All right, Tonto. Let's go. Was John Ames on that stage?
Him look like him want trouble.
Yes. His wife told the Padre he bought a gun before he left home.
What we do?
You ride into town. Watch what happens. I'll meet you at camp later.
Ah.
Your excuse this time. You always have one.
Now, don't get all lathered up, Sturgis. Had to drive easy so I wouldn't discommode my passenger.
Nonsense. If people don't like the way we run our stages, let them walk.
Take a look at who it is.
Well, Ames, we hardly expected to see you around here again.
Too bad to disappoint all you nice people, but I'm here.
Yeah. This is a surprise. What brings you back to Alkali Bend?
This was my home, wasn't it?
Well, yes, of course. Your wife and children moved away. I guess we all thought.
We all hoped, Ames, now that you're back in circulation, you might want to join them.
Why should I? I'm an ex-convict now. Maybe they're better off without me.
That's no way to feel.
Besides, I got some unfinished business to take care of here.
What business?
Are that Gunner boys still around?
Yes, they're around. But you stay away from them.
Why should I? I didn't have anything to do with those stagecoach holdups. They lied me into the pen.
The jury didn't figure they was lying.
The jury was fooled. That time.
John. Now listen. I want you to know I'm your friend. But don't get in any trouble, because I'll have to back the law.
Go on, back the law. That's all right with me, Bill. And you can even lock me up after I've finished.
Finished what?
Making Todd and Clay Gunder tell the truth.
I'm warning you, John. I won't stand for any violence.
What did you find out, Tonto?
Ames talks strong, but Sheriff talks stronger. Maybe Ames changed mind, go away.
I don't think so, Tonto. He's had a long time to think it over, and talk won't stop him now.
We help him?
Yes, if he's telling the truth. But first, we have to warn the Gunders. Come on, Tonto.
Clay Gunter, open up. I want to have a talk with you. Clay? Talk. Let's go, Tonto. Clay Gunter. Anybody there?
Not home.
Looks like we're a little late with our warning.
Plenty big fight here.
Yes. A bullet hole. No wonder Ames was riding so fast. Come on, Tonto.
If Ames killed them, where are bodies?
That's what puzzles me, Tonto.
Ames not here long.
Wouldn't take him long to do this, as mad as he was.
What's our trouble between Ames and Gunter brothers?
Ames was arrested for robbing a stagecoach. The only witnesses were the Gunter brothers. Their testimony made an open and shut case against him.
And now Ames say they lie.
Yes.
Oh, Ames had plenty reason to ride past. Him better off in jail.
The feeling in Alkali Bend is very much against him.
Now no one listen to him, whether him guilty or not.
You ride to the sheriff and report this. I'll meet you outside of town later.
Ah.
There's the door. Come on, boy.
Back in a pretty big hurry, ain't you, John?
What do you want here?
I'm arresting you.
Arresting me? What for?
You made some pretty strong threats against the Gunter boys today.
Yes, but
And from the news that a redskin named Tonto brought in, I reckon you carried those threats out.
He's lying.
He just came from their cabin. He saw the mess that you made out there and came right to town and told me about it.
He told you that I killed him?
He claims he saw you riding away from their cabin. Well, John?
Oh, I was there all right, but Bill, I didn't kill him. You gotta believe me.
You went out there to do it, didn't you?
Yes, I started out to make trouble, but by the time I got there, I wasn't so sure anymore.
What do you mean?
I figured they weren't worth the price I'd have to pay.
Then what?
I found just what the Redskins said he found. The cabin all smashed up, blood around.
And?
I knew I had to clear out. Whatever had happened would be blamed on me.
I'm not so sure of it. I don't believe you.
Thanks.
But I've got to jail you just the same. And I'm hoping...
Hey, him and argue later. I'm telling you, law ain't gonna take care of that skunk. Him and the sheriff's friends. Ain't that right, Sturgis?
Looks like the news got around already. That redskin must have talked.
What'll happen?
Nothing. First, I'll get you in jail, and I'll come back and break that up. We'll go up the back way.
He come here to kill a couple of them, and he gets away with it. Are we gonna let him?
He's right. He's right. Joe's right. You know I ain't one to take law and order in my own hands, but there's times when we should.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get him and argue later. Who's with me?
I saw him go in the hotel. We'll grab him there.
Let's get him. Come on.
Let's hurry.
Don't get away.
Hold it, you men.
Mob, go after Ames.
We'll have to hurry. Ames is going to jail, and I'll drill the first man that tries to stop me.
Get him! What are you scared of? Hurry up!
Get ready.
Try this, Ames.
I thought I was gone for certain. How much obliged to you, stranger?
We took a hand because we believe in law and order, not because we're on your side.
I was a fool. But I never killed anybody in my life. That's gospel truth.
But you went to the Gunder cabin looking for trouble. You admit that.
That's right. And I changed my mind. I quit being crazy.
Changed too late. Now mob crazy, too.
Yes, Tonto. I blame the sheriff. He shouldn't have talked.
Sheriff Bill? He didn't talk. He said you must have.
Tonto speak to no one. Only sheriff.
And Bill came straight to my hotel room.
How did those people know the Gunders had been killed? Wait a minute. Tonto, bring Silver. I may have been doing you injustice, Ames, so I apologize.
Why you apologize?
Because I thought we were the only ones who had been up to Gunder's cabin. There must have been someone else.
Who you think go?
I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out.
Me go with you?
Not yet, Tonto. You stay with Ames till I get back.
Tell me, are you sure that Indian friend of yours didn't talk?
As sure as you are that you didn't, Sheriff. No, that isn't the answer. Somebody else knew what happened to the Gunder cabin.
The real killer?
That's right. Do you know who organized that lynching crowd?
No, I was in a hotel with Ames.
I was one of them, Sheriff, I'm proud to say. And I wasn't wearing a mask either.
But you don't understand.
When the law fails in its duty, decent citizens have got to take things in their own hands.
I was doing my duty.
You should have put Ames under arrest when he first got here. But no, you waited.
You can't arrest a man for talking.
You waited till he'd murdered 2 innocent men and hidden their bodies in some ravine to cover up his crime.
How did I know what he was going to do?
Sheriff, if you don't arrest this masked bandit as an accomplice of Ames, you're a disgrace to that badge you're wearing.
Why, he's trying to...
Trying to keep you talking till Ames gets clear away.
Put him up, stranger. I'm arresting you. I'm charging you with the murder of Clay and Pot Gunder.
And when you're locked up, we'll go after your accomplice, Ames. Don't shoot, don't hit me.
Well, let's get out of the way.
How can I? He's got me.
You'll be fired, stranger. You came here and took the law in your own hands. Oh, come on, get out of the way.
Tie him up, Pedro, and come along.
I won't run away. You can trust me.
I'm beginning to think I can, Ames, but I still can't take the chance.
Him stay now, Kemosabe.
Good. Let's go.
Where we go?
We'll head for the Gunder cabin.
Why we go there?
Tonto, just what did we find there?
We find plenty blood, bullet holes, big mess.
Yes, but no bodies.
Maybe Ames hide them so nobody know they dead.
No, he wasn't there long enough to take them very far.
Dead bodies no fly.
That's just it, Tonto. They're still alive. Somewhere. Come on.
fine sign up that way.
Nor this side either. If the Gunders went out of their cabin, dead or alive, there'll be a trail. We'll head north and south this time. We'll find it for sure. Tonto, they're the bodies we're after.
Them much alive.
Yes.
They dangerous men.
I have a plan I think will work. You circle around and keep me covered.
Any sign of the boss? No. I don't like this camping out. I wish they'd hurry up and get us word it's safe to go back. He will, as soon as Ames decorates that rope. Boss knows what he's doing.
Maybe there's been a little hard luck. As I said before, there's been a little hard luck. The rope was ready, but Ames got away. The plans are changed.
Say, who are you? Where'd you come from, mister?
Maybe I followed you here, Clay.
Not a chance. Either you found us here by accident or else...
Or else what?
He told him.
Who told me?
Quit acting dumb. Give it to us straight. What's the play? Yeah, and take off that mask. Let's see who you are.
I'd rather not. When a man has an unpleasant job to do, he might not want people to know who he was.
Unpleasant? What do you mean by that?
Well, with Ames getting away and all, someone might prefer to make sure you didn't talk.
He sent you here to kill us? Why, that dirty, double-crossing skunk. How much is he paying you, mister? We'll double it.
I didn't say anybody sent me.
You don't have to. Name your price. We'll pay it.
Not interested. It's been too much talking. Let's get this over with.
You're not going to shoot us down, are you?
Turn around and walk away from me.
Listen, mister.
I said turn around. Get going.
Come on, Todd. No use talking to this sidewinder. Let's get this thing over with.
But Clay. Come on.
That's far enough. Stop where you are.
Tonto!
You let them go. Tonto not understand.
Those two are scared. I hope they're mad enough to do what I want them to do.
Look, them get horses.
They didn't even take time to saddle up.
Where them go now?
Back to their boss, I hope. Let's go. Howdy, Sam.
I just talked to the council. You're through. Fired. We don't want any sheriff that sides with crooks.
Now, looky here. I couldn't help it. The masked man got the drop on me.
Save your breath. We're organizing a posse, and they'll have orders to shoot Ames and his masked friend on sight.
Close and lock it, Sim. We don't want no company.
How did you get in here?
Through the window.
Are you crazy? What did you come here for?
To see our friend Sam. What else? Glad to see us, ain't you?
Yes, yes. Weren't you supposed to stay out of sight until...
Till Ames was out of the way?
Yes. Did anyone see you coming in here?
Nope. And nobody's going to see us leave, unless something goes wrong. We figured we wouldn't wait any longer, Sam. We'd leave for the other side of the border right now.
We'll go through with the plan we agreed on as soon as Ames is finished.
We want to leave now, and traveling is expensive. Hand over the $10,000 you promised us.
10,000? We agreed on 5.
Well, me and Todd have been talking it over, and we figured your price wasn't enough.
Yeah, Sam. We're giving up our homes, friends, and everything. We don't know how things will go for us in another country.
I can't, and I won't pay it.
You got a lot of money, Sim. And you made more than we did tipping us off which stages to rob.
And I kept you out of jail by helping to frame Ames. Don't you forget that.
And you figured out another way to make some money. Maybe you're just a good businessman, Sim.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't you hire someone to drill us?
Me?
Next time, make sure he's a good shot. What? Now I'm going to give you a dose of your own medicine.
Please, no. No, nothing.
You know what to do with them, Sheriff.
You bet I do. Tonto, keep your eye on them. You should have been wearing these a long time ago, Sim. There's just one thing troubling me. How did you know that the Gunter boys were still alive?
Sim told me.
I told you?
That's right. You knew the bodies weren't in the cabin. That's a fact only Ames, Tonto, and myself should have known if Ames killed them.
Why, you double-crossing, sanctimonious sidewinder. Wait till I get you in court. Take him along, Tonto. Come on.
Here you are, Charlie. Oh, Miss Raines, I sure made a bad mistake, and I'm sorry.
Forget it, Joe.
Going home, John?
Yes, but I'll be coming back here with my family.
Good enough. You'll always be welcome now that things have been straightened out.
I guess I got the masked man to thank for keeping me out of more trouble, Bill.
Masked man? Call him that if you want to. Or you can call him by another name.
What's that?
The Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.
This is a story of one of the most mysterious characters to appear in the early days of the West. He was a fabulous individual, a man whose presence brought fear to the lawless and hope to those who wanted to make this frontier land their home. He was known as the Lone Ranger.
Let go of me. What do you want?
Where have you been, Beata?
To Sembrado.
What for?
To buy things to eat.
Buy things to eat, eh? I don't see any packs on your horse.
When I get to store, I have lost money.
Did you talk to anyone in San Brado?
No,
You didn't accidentally see Nat Parker, did you?
I did not see him. If it was so, I would not tell you.
What are we going to do?
All right, Beata. On your way. But don't go to Desert City.
She's lying, Vic.
Of course she is.
I told you to get rid of those gypsies before Parker got back. You'd have listened to me. We wouldn't...
Shut up. If the gypsy girls saw Nat in San Brado or talked to anyone else, this is the only road they can use to reach Desert City.
You're right. We'll make a swell reception committee for any stranger to come around.
Welcome, my friend.
Hello, Father.
I knew you would come. And Tonto, how are you, my son?
Good, Father. Ready to help you.
We rode straight to Sembrado when the Indians gave us your message.
Yes, yes, both of you have been most kind. But this time, your mission will be an unusual one. Come in. Sit down, my friend.
Thank you, Father.
We have shared many adventures. Now, I want you to keep a man from going back to prison. His name is Nat Parker.
Nat Parker. Wasn't he mixed up in that bank robbery over in Kingston?
That is right.
Yes, I remember his case. Parker and two other men robbed that bank. The $75,000 they stole was never found.
He gets out today on parole. And he is likely to go right back to prison for murder.
Why is that, Father?
Well, a gypsy girl by the name of Beata was here to see me.
In love with Parker?
Yes. She says that her Nat, as she calls him, will go to Desert City, try to get even with the two men he says wronged him, and recover the stolen money for himself.
And she wants Parker to go straight?
Of course. The boy comes from a good family, but he's all mixed up. He needs help.
How long ago, Gypsy girl here?
Not more than 2 hours.
We'll see what we can do, Father.
You will hurry.
Of course.
Now remember, Wade, if Parker comes along, just wing him. We gotta get him alive. Masked man.
He looks like somebody Parker would hook up with.
Well, Tonto, we haven't much further to go.
Look like somebody wants to keep us out of Desert City.
Yes, you're right, Tonto. shoulder, Tonto. Shots aren't coming from the same direction. Our friend had them in a bad crossfire. Let's go.
Them, Kimasabi.
Yes, they know this country better than we do.
We go find them?
No, whoever it was will be calling on us again. I wonder what happened to our mysterious friend.
Him not come. Maybe him hurt.
Hey there!
All right. Well?
We want to talk to you.
We glad you not hit.
Hit?
Why, yes. Weren't you helping us beat off some men back there?
I haven't seen any men. You talk loco.
Me sure me see you shoot.
You're both loco. You said you wanted to talk to me. What about?
I'm sorry. We're mistaken. Go on.
Say, weren't you headed for Desert City?
Were you?
Come on.
We follow him?
No, I don't think we'll have to. That is Nat Parker. We'll meet him in town, Tonto.
Why him did I shoot when him helped save our lives?
I don't know. We'll have to hurry. Let's go.
I'm going to count up to 3, Vic or Wade. And you better come out. You're covered. 1, 2...
My Nat. My Nat Parker.
Hello, Beata.
Oh, it is good to have you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
We get married now and go away.
Oh, sure.
We'd go now.
Well, pretty soon. You see, I've got a little personal business to take care of here, and, well, you wouldn't want to go away with a brand new broke husband, would you, Beata?
I do not care if you have no money. We would be happy without it.
I know, that all sounds very good, but you've heard that old saying, poverty comes in the door as love goes out the window. It's gone. It's gone. The money, it's gone. $75,000. It's... Well, can't you say something? The money is not there.
Listen to me, please. Perhaps it is better this way. You would not want money that is not yours.
Not mine.
I sweated in that cell 4 years. Crowley. Vic Crowley. He did this. He tore this place apart.
No, listen to me.
I said I had some unfinished business. Well, I'll take care of it now.
No, they will kill you.
Let go of me. I'm going to get Vic and Wade. I'll make them give me back that $75,000.
It will do you no good to fight with them. They did not take your money.
They didn't? Well, then who did?
I had hoped you would give it back to its rightful owners, and we could start all over again.
Oh, so that's it. You took my money. And answer me, where is it? Where is it? Kelvin, anybody there? What's that masked man doing in town?
I do not know.
They've gone. All right, now where's my money? Fiala! Fiala!
Looking for somebody, mister?
Howdy.
I said, are you looking for somebody?
We're looking for an eating place.
Ain't nothing to eat in this town. A local calf could see that.
I'm Vic Crowley. I own this town, and you're trespassing.
Crowley? Sign up there says you own the saloon.
I own the whole town. This is private property, and I'm telling you to vamoose. Pronto.
I don't mean to approach on another man's property, Mr. Crowley, but can't see what you're so particular about. What happened to Desert City?
You heard what he said. He don't want nobody hanging around.
Well, Tano, we'll hit the trail for the next town.
Yes, Kimasabi.
Thanks for your hospitality, Mr. Crowley, and...
So long. This time I won't miss.
Hold it, Wade. Shot'll tip off Parker if he's here already.
Suppose he told him to meet him here?
I don't know. We'd better look around.
Yes, sir.
Is your name Beata?
You know my name? How?
I just heard of your trouble from Father Paul in San Brado.
Why your face covered?
Have you ever seen one of these before?
A bullet of silver.
Beata, this is a good man. I have heard of him. Welcome.
Howdy.
Follow me.
We can offer you no food because the smoke would betray us, but won't you sit down?
Vic Crowley and Wade Tanner know we are friendly with my Nat Parker.
They would kill us if we helped Nat.
Please, you will stop Nat Parker from gunfighting with those two?
I'll do what I can.
He will kill them and be returned to prison. You will stop him, please.
I'll always try to prevent killings. There's something you haven't told me. What about the $75,000?
We do not understand.
I think you do. The $75,000 stolen from the bank was never found.
You come to trick us. You come to arrest my Nat Parker.
You'd better put down that gun, Beata.
No. I will kill you. No one will take him from me again.
You're making a mistake, Beata.
I will listen to no more of your words, Masked One.
You pull that trigger, you and Nat Parker will go to prison.
I go to prison, but not my Nat Parker.
I want to help you if I can. You want to be on the side of law, don't you?
Tell them the truth, my daughter.
All right. I have the stolen money.
How did you get it?
When my net robbed bank and come to store, he hid money in stairs. I know Crowley and Wade look for it, so I remove it.
To keep it from Nat Parker?
Yes, so he can return it. And then we get married. but he will not do this.
How do you know he won't?
I talked to him in town a short time ago. I ran away from him.
Nat Parker is still in town?
Yes, in the store we once owned. You go there?
Yes, on one condition. You turn the stolen money over to me.
What do you do with it?
I'll try to make Nat Parker return it himself. If not, I'll see that it gets back to its rightful owners.
Here is stolen money. $75,000. I do not care for it. I just want Nat Parker to be a good man.
So do I, Beata. You and your father stay here with Tonto.
Me keep them here, Kimasabi.
Good. We'll beat them at their own game of finders keepers. Adios.
Figure on helping your pal Parker, eh? Turn around.
Nat.
All right. Go ahead and shoot. Suppose you're in with Vic and Wade.
I'm not in with anyone.
You're not after me? So what are you doing?
Returning a favor. Remember?
Maybe we got him. Now, I'll trouble you for that $75,000.
You're making a mistake, Parker. This money belongs to the bank.
I sweated in a pen for 4 years to come back for this. It's mine.
You served time, yes. But you have no right to that money.
What chance would I have to make a go of it?
I'll help you.
You'll help me. Listen, mister, I'm an ex-convict. They won't even give me a job. Now, how did you get this money?
From Beata. She hid it from you. She wants you to go straight, Nat.
Oh, she does, huh? So she gave my money to a masked man.
I brought it to you, didn't I?
But it must be some sort of trick.
No, it isn't a trick. A lot of people still believe in you, Nat. Beata, her father, the Padre.
The Padre of Sombrado? What's he got to do with this?
Beata appealed to him. Nat, you helped us out of a shooting scrape this morning. I think you can go straight.
Well, that's different. I've nothing against you. And I don't go in for cold-blooded murder except...
Crowley and Wade?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell about them when you were in prison?
Because Crowley arranged everything about that bank job so that no one took a chance but me. No one even saw them. They had ironclad alibis all fixed.
All right, Parker. You and a masked man, come on. We got your gypsy girl.
Do not listen to him. He will kill you.
Come in and get me, Crowley.
I'll make a bargain with you, Nat. Throw out the money, and we'll turn the girl loose.
Well, Nat, what do you say? The money or Beata?
I'm not going to wait much longer. Pick up.
All right. I'm going to throw it out.
That's what I thought you'd do.
Well, what do you say?
Give me time to get out the back door.
All right, Vic. Will you turn the girl loose?
Throw out that money and you can have her.
Here it is, Crowley.
Drop that bundle and reach, Crowley. It's over. Crowley and Wade took off through those rocks. Come on, Tonto. don't think I trusted you, do you, Crowley? On your feet. Here's one of them.
Other one there.
Good work, Tonto. See if you can find some more rope.
Me do. But next time Kemosabe leave me to watch girl. Me use plenty rope.
Do not be angry with him. He trusted me and I lied to him.
Me never believe woman again.
Here's the $75,000, Sheriff. And don't forget, Nat Parker turned it over willingly.
I won't. And I'll see that it all gets in my report. We won't have any trouble convicting those two.
You're right.
Thank you, masked one.
Any happiness we might have, we owe to you.
Just remember to keep away from banks, Nat, unless you're putting money in.
What is his name?
I call him the masked one.
I call him the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.